He doesn't punish, he doesn't hurt. That, and you either come from love or fear in every situation. So the topic I wanted to do today was how to be a miracle worker, because we need to change the planet. It's really about, hello?
Did you want me to introduce you?
Oh, yeah, you can introduce me. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So welcome Angela, the founder of SoulSearch, and thank you for coming. Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. I'm so happy you could join us. It's going to be a magical weekend. So stay with us all weekend, and you're starting it off in the best way possible with Tammy J. Holmes. She is an incredible psychic medium, spiritual life coach, speaker, and author. Tammy is a natural-born psychic medium who helps others through readings, clearing psychic energy, through speaking events, and through writing. And so she's going to be here with us all day today, so you can also dive deeper with her at her booth. But we really welcome all of you to our event, and thank you so much, Tammy, for being here.
Thank you for having me. So my topic was Course in Miracles and how to be miracle. So what that means is how are you co-creating your life? And I believe a lot of you get it, or you wouldn't be here. So I would say maybe 8 to 9% of the planet is awake. Okay, and in my book that I wrote, it says if we got 12%, the planet would be different. We're not even at 12% collectively. You guys get that? And everything is energy. So what you think and feel and do affects everything. And the Course says that everything you do in a day affects 1,000 people, and what you know and not knowing them. So how you think and feel affects everything that goes on. And so it's like, how are you showing up? What a miracle worker is, and this is what I do. When I first started doing readings, I never wanted to do that. I thought I could do this, I would be with it, but I had lines of people showing up when they started. And Marianne helped me a lot with it because I wasn't accepting it. And you know what Spirit told me? It's not about you. We want to communicate love through you. Can you get out of the way? Right? So after you hear that for a while, you realize it really isn't about you. You have to do your purpose. You're here as a purpose, and every person is an important part of the play. Everything you do matters. It really, really matters. And we're at a point right now where it's very dark and very light on the planet. It's very polarized, and you can call it political, you can call it, it's just polarized. It's dark and light. And I tell people, don't worry about what's going on in the White House. Worry about what's going on. Don't even worry. How are you showing up in your house? It's not about the White House. It's what are you doing in your communities, your home, your family, your friends? How are you showing up? You guys get that? Mm-hmm. And being mindful of taking accountability. One thing that's really important as a miracle worker is owning your way and saying, you know, I didn't do that right, or I'm not thinking right, and being aware of what you're thinking and feeling. If you're not at peace, the Course says you're insane. So anything that takes you off a path where you're upset, but the cool thing is to recognize you're upset. So you know what, I'm upset, pissed, I'm hurt, and say, okay, how can I see it differently? As soon as you do affirmations or you ask to see it differently, you have free will, you change the whole play in your day. So what I do is sometimes if I get upset, and I don't get upset too often, but when I do, I'm like, okay, do I still want to be upset, or am I willing to see it differently? Because you can't change the outcome. What you have to change is you. So I tell people, if it's not working out here, it's because you're not working in here. Because everything is a match. We are all energy. We create from our thoughts and our feelings. You guys get that? So the thing is, as a miracle worker, you have to be diligent and mindful. One of the things I was taught, and I've studied with a lot of famous people, and to me, everybody's special, nobody's special. Nobody's on a platform. We all are so important. So one of the things I learned early on with my studies is if you have a 15-minute time in your day or 20 minutes where you can connect to whatever you believe in, meditate, journal, do affirmations, take time just for you, your whole day is going to be different. So do you want to work smarter? Or do you want to work harder? Okay? And the Course calls Earth a battlefield. This is like school. We're in school, grammar school. You know, so here are our lessons. The soul is going to grow with your permission or not. And the only two choices you have, guess what they are? Do you want to learn through joy or do you want to learn through pain? That's the only choice. Do you want a bumpy road? You're still going to go down the same road I go on, right? But do you want it bumpy or do you want it smooth? And when you do 15 minutes a day or 20, it elevates your energy. So all the bullshit that we would pull in, it actually just dissipates. It goes away. It doesn't attach because you're in a different mindset. You're in a different frequency. So if it's not working for you, it's because you're not working there. And the second thing I do, and I do this work because I would say God knew where to put me with my work because it makes me show up better because my clients need me. I work 6 days a week. I work 5 straight days, and then Saturdays I work half a days because I have clients from England, even Czech Republic. I don't know how they found me, but they did. I have clients in every state, every country, and it blows me away. But I get out of the way and I show up. And it takes me out of my story. So if you get too attached to your story or what's happening, you can't solve the problem where it's at. The Course says, you think you have many problems, you have one. You disconnected from source energy. As soon as you do that 15 minutes or you connect, everything just fluffs away. And sometimes I want to be angry, right? There's times I want to be angry or upset, but I don't act on it. And Marianne taught me that. Don't act on it. Don't send the email. Don't make a phone call. Don't react. Just take time to process and get neutral because you can't really co-create from a place. You can't co-create from fear and pain, but it's going to cause more pain, right? So do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Who wants to be right? Okay, sometimes you do, right? But who wants to be happy? And as you get older, I mean, I'm finally getting it. And what I'm getting now, which I wish I got in my 30s, because I started doing this work in my 30s, is simple is not overrated. Okay, simplicity, life. We want it easy, right? And I would also tell people, love isn't sacrifice. So if you're doing something and you're sacrificing yourself, that's insanity. And yes, you have relationships, you got to bend a little sometimes, but when things get to where they become energy leaks and they don't change, that is toxic. So it's like, are you loving you? Are you loving your higher self? They call it the intelligence. Are you taking care of you? Because it's all about taking care of you. You matter in the play. We have a mission right now. We're not in a dress rehearsal. We need to figure it out. If we can't do it for ourselves, do it for the kids. Because what are we going to leave as our legacy? How are we showing up? So one of the things I do every morning when I wake up, because I really am forced to do this work because I want to show up. I mean, I love myself, but I want to be my best friend. I always say, show me where to go, what to do, what to say to them. And may every person I talk to today, may they feel better and I feel better afterwards. Because if I feel better, I can love them, but I'm loving me. And what you give, you receive. So if you're giving love, you're going to receive love. If you're giving judgment, you're going to receive judgment. And let me tell you, their minds are joined. They can feel what you're thinking. People are not, even if they're not awake, they can feel your judgment. You guys get that? So the thing is, I would challenge you, and loving yourself is have a 15-minute practice. That's one of the most important things with being a medical. Have a practice every day. I don't care if you just sit outside for 15 minutes. Take time for you and do affirmations. Affirmations are important. And you can change your modalities as you go. But, 5 minutes of affirmations. So I do 5 minutes. And one of the affirmations I've been hung up on in the Course says, God's will for me is perfect happiness. I'm attached to that one right now. I'm like, oh my God, I love that. Another one is, the hush of heaven holds my heart today. It's just, I need those morsels. I need things that feed my soul. So what are you doing to feed your soul? And you can't give to everybody if you're not feeling it. You guys get that? And the thing is having boundaries. Another thing with miracle workers, have boundaries. It's okay to say no. You don't have to say, no, I'm not doing that. So, I don't think I can do that today. I need to take a time out, or I need to rest, or I have this to do and I've taken too much on my plate. How many of you take on too much, do too much? All right? And then you become resentful. But the Course says you're not a victim. because you allow it. People treat you the way you let them. I tell people they'll come in and complain about how everybody does this to them or somebody did. I'm like, but you agreed to it. You're not a victim. You showed up in that dance, right? So the thing is forgiveness. Another thing with, of course, and I have a CD of this, a shop in forgiveness, is forgive yourself. You have to forgive yourself. Say, so what? I messed up. Don't crucify yourself. Don't judge yourself because you didn't do the right thing. Say, so what? I made a mistake. The Course calls it you missed the mark. But all you can say, so what? I messed up. Marianne used to say, don't nail yourself to the cross. We need the wood. Okay, how fun, right? So the thing is, what are you doing? Affirmation, 15 minutes a day. Being mindful of what's happening. How are you showing up every day? And it's a choice to be happy. You can decide, I'm willing to be happy. And a lot of people, because I read a lot of people, is they get stuck in stuff. Like they'll go years where they're stuck in it. Or they feel they have the right to be in pain because somebody died. And they think that's a way to honor the person. You guys get that? Yeah. And I'm like, they don't want you to be upset. You're not honoring that person by being angry. You need to release that. You need to say, this doesn't define me. And you're not going to always get everything or understand. Life isn't always fair. You guys get that? So you have to say, hey, it's not always fair. It didn't work out the way I wanted it to, but God's will for me is perfect happiness. And if it was supposed to be part of my alignment and my path, it would be there. You guys get that? So the thing is, how are you showing up? What you give, you receive. If you give love, you receive love. If you give hate, you receive hate. If you give judgment, you're going to get judged. Okay? And you can have empathy for people, but you don't want to take on their stuff. So another thing about being a miracle is I do this every day. Whatever's not mine, I send back, bless and transform. Whatever's mine, I bless and transform and integrate it with grace needs. Because energy is anything, and the energy is we don't want to take on other people's stuff. Even do it. The Course says if you think anybody needs fixing, you're insane. People don't need to be fixed. They need love. And even if they're off the rails and they're addicts or they're whatever, they just need love. It's not for you to fix anybody. So you guys get that? So anybody who's like, I just send love to everybody. I had a situation with my mom. My mom, when she was alive, was full-blooded Italian, bipolar, and a country fanatic. She loved country music, which we all love, right? So she'd walk around with a cowboy hat. She was bipolar. She liked to throw stuff. And her and I didn't really get along. But I have to work the Course with my mom, right? And I'm like, if I can heal my mom and heal this relationship, I want to test it. So what I did it backwards, but probably because I needed more pain with it. I decided to take my mom on a trip from hell across America, from Bakersfield, California to Pennsylvania and back. I could not wait to get her home. Okay, we had the worst trip you can imagine. And the symbolic thing, Hurricane Allison picked us up in Texas and followed us all the way to Virginia Beach. So water, emotions, right? So I got home and my guy said, you should have talked to us before you left. Okay, and I said, okay, so what do I do? So this is another thing for miracle work. If you have any relationship you don't understand, which we all do, what you do is have the courage to say, I now hand over this relationship to the Holy Spirit God to be healed. And until then, I don't want it. I'm like, why didn't I do that, right? So I did that prayer because I'm like, I got to fix this relationship with her. I handed over. I couldn't talk to her. She couldn't talk to me either. So 7 months later, she called me. You know what she says? And she's very blunt, no filter. She was, Tammy, and my mom's not awake at all. She was, you don't get me and I don't get you. So can we just move forward? Isn't that funny? Like, I don't get you and you don't get me. And you know what happened in that 7 months? I changed. So from that going on, because it's not about me changing my mom. I wanted to heal the relationship. I wanted to heal me. You know, and what happened from then on, I didn't take things personally. So she said the sky was gray, purple and yellow. I'm like, okay, it's purple, yellow, because I couldn't argue with it. But we ended up really loving each other. We could heal everything and then on the day she died, she said the greatest thing to me. So the thing is, if I can heal my mom, cray, in a relationship that was really chaotic, you can heal any relationship you want. But it's a choice. Do you want to heal, or do you want to do on the rat hole? Do you want to do crazy? How many of you have relationships you don't get it? Or no, okay, that you just can't let go of, right? You're like, I don't get it. Then you say, okay, God, I'm now willing to hand over this relationship. And until it can be healed, never mind. You guys get that? Is that a good key? And then what's going to happen is the cake will bake, and they will contact me, and you will contact them. And at some point, out in the heavens, it's recalibrating relationship. And I have to say this, if they never come around, it was not supposed to. And the Course says you can't lose what you value. So whatever you value, you keep. Isn't that beautiful? You can never lose anything you value. And forgiveness is really important. You got to forgive yourself. I do forgiveness probably every few days on myself. And the thing they keep saying, you don't need to understand everything. We want to detail, dissect, have answers. But they do come in when they need to. And when they do come in, guess how they come in? They're repeat messages. One person will say it, 2 or 3 days later, somebody else will say it. Yes? Huh? Oh, that's even hard. Okay? But even when they're in the same home with you, what you have to do is have a room you can go and center. So if they're in the same home, you just keep saying, y'all have this every day. You have this relationship over and until then I go, right? But even if you're in the same home, you go and you have a way to go. Keep doing everything. Keep doing your life, and then ask to see them differently. Keep asking to see them differently because they are you. And the Course says there's only one of us here. So and I would have a place where you can go meditate. If you got to take a drive, do things where you can have an activity. And it's harder when they're in your house. Okay. Yeah, and it's hard when they live in. But the thing you can do is still have safe boundaries. If you definitely have to have a spiritual practice. Because if you do that, it's going to keep you from thinking. And
maybe after we get back to school.
Okay, but do say I'm willing to see this differently. I'm handing this over. Okay, so that's another thing, because part of being a miracle worker is healing energy leads. Right? And the knocks get louder if you don't do the work. So they'll come in gently, and then it'll come in again. And things spiral. So we get tested. So things come around many times in order to heal. And like they say, do you want to be right? Or do you want to be happy? It's time to heal. And you have to love yourself. You're a child of God. And your identity is God's source energy. It's not human. It's not your identity and your value is not what you do or what you do. It's you already have self. You're already a child of God. And we have to show up and say, okay, God, how do you want me to show up today? What do you want me to do? How do I get out of the way? And if you have things that are not quite right, it's because you're not quite right. It has nothing to do with things outside. You guys get that? And if there's value in your relationships, or value in your work, you'll rise up. And if so the things I hear about mostly are relationships, work issues, money, health issues, but mostly relationships are what most people have issues with. Who they're dating, who they're with, health, or they're still. And also, I do a lot of readings with. I'm a psychic reading where people passed away, and they need clarity about what happens when the person died, or did they do everything right when they were here? And a lot of times, the thing I hear a lot, which is so common, is I left the room and then they passed away. I'm like, well, they couldn't leave while you were there. You had to leave because we're all connected, and they didn't want to leave while you were there. And it's not a mistake, and it's not a bad or good thing. You needed to leave. And we're all going to have, die. It's part of being here. But the thing is, how are you showing up in all of that too? And how can you heal from that? And like I said, things aren't always fair. Some people leave as an infant. Some people leave at, 10 years old, 20, 30, 40, or they leave before their time. And you know what? Why? Because they did what they needed to. That's really it. They did what they needed to. And let me tell you, when they go, it was their time. Because a lot of people have near-death experiences and they come back. When people die, it was their exit. Their card got punched. You guys get that? And I call death graduation because heaven is so much better. So they're in a place that's a million times better than this energy. Like I said, this is cool. We're here to grow. And we wanted to be here. Like people say, I don't want to be here. Well, you agreed to be here. You incarnated. And you also contracted all the people that you met. There's no accidents. Every person that you've met in this life or going to meet are people you agreed to. You guys get that? And you're like, I agreed to do, yeah, you agreed to do that. And what are you learning from it? So another thing about being a miracle is, what am I learning from this? What am I taking away from this? Because not everything is easy, right? What am I learning from this? And what do I need to know? What do I need to heal? What am I learning from this? Okay, you guys get that? I will say this. I had addiction in my family. So I attracted people with addiction. And you know what I did? I'm like, I need to heal. I went to Illinois. And I love it. It's like people I wouldn't hang out every day, but we are so tight. And it changed me. It was the most amazing thing. There's programs and outlets for everything. And you can't spiritually bypass your emotional healing. Two separate things. So people think you can spiritually become very spiritual, but you still have to heal your emotion. And if it means you get therapy, you journal, you take accountability. Take inventory about where you're at in your life. Is everything working for you? And what are you allowing to love yourself? And are you allowing people in your life? And the other thing I tell people with relationships, stop being in love with it. How many of you guys have done that? I've done it. Okay? You can't be in love with a dream. What you have to do is say, I want everything, and this takes a courage thing to do. I'm only allowing things in my life that are my highest good, that support me. And if it isn't, I don't need the lesson. I'm okay with it. And now you might be tested. And there are certain people in our lives we can't get rid of. So you have to find ways to navigate around that. Because we still have family members, spouses, or things in our life that we just have to figure out. Correct? But don't be in love with the dream, because it's not about the dream. It's about building relationships from love, from courage, from trust, from respect. The thing is, are you respecting yourself? Are you loving yourself? Are you taking inventory about where you are in your life? Are you doing what you need to be doing? And the other thing about being a miracle worker is you get nudges. Like we get poked. Like you'll feel uncomfortable. You know you got to do something and you keep putting it off. I'm not ready to do that yet. I don't want to do that. I had a client, and this is sad, but it actually happened. This is 2005. She came to me and she had a job. She put so much emphasis on that job. Okay, so she was driving to work and throwing up in the car, sick before she went in. And she came to me and I said, because her whole thing, her mindset was, I'm going to retire in 2 years. I'll be fine. I said, if you don't quit that job, you're going to die before 2 years. It's not about the job. Your security is in you. You are the work. I tell people this, you're a trust fund baby from God. God will take care of you when you honor yourself. When you start following the path of honoring you, the universe supports it. Things come in. Synchronicity happens. She wouldn't quit that job. She died 2 months later. So her sister contacted me and said, Tammy, thank you for trying to reach her. She had this fixation that that job was her security. She couldn't transfer that the security was really herself. So if you're doing anything, and if you're too fixated on something, person, place, or thing, you're going to lose it anyway. You know why? Because you're serving two masters. Okay, do you guys get that? When you're fixated on one thing being your everything or making you happy, you're serving two masters. You're like saying, I have to have that to be happy. But it doesn't work that way. You have to. The most important relationship you should have is with God. Everything else should come out of that. And you know what the course also says? This is going to blow you away. Don't trust anyone. Trust God. You know why? Because everybody has the ability to come from over here. And we fluctuate in emotions constantly. So, but when you do your 15 minutes a day, your affirmations or journal, sit out in nature, you're better. You're better, not just for you, but for all the people around you. So what happened to me is I wasn't loving myself. I was self-destructing, and I wanted to be better for my son. So what saved me is my son. I love him more than my son. And I thought, I need to be a better role model for my son. And as soon as I said, God, show me a way, I met Mary. I mean, you don't get a better teacher than that. Okay? So I ended up learning, I was like a sponge. So I learned everything I could. I became a better person. And then my calling came in, and I thought that, I'm like, I don't want to do readings. That's nothing I want to do. But you know one of the things that saved me too? Because you can have affirmations for everything. I didn't have a job at the time that paid me. I was getting by, but I wasn't making. So, and I learned all this from Spirit. Spirit said, okay, Tammy, you wanted a better job? Here's a new affirmation. So if you guys love affirmations, and this really, it worked for me. It worked for all my clients. I'm now ready to do a job that makes my heart sing. And that's all I said. I go, I'm ready to do a job that makes my heart sing. You know what happened? 1 week later, a friend of mine, her brother worked at an oil farm. I'm in Bakersfield, California. Okay? I know nothing about oil. I know nothing about what you do there. I have no clue. So we can't judge. And he kept saying, you need to apply for that job. They're looking for women. And then I knew I had done that affirmation. So I was smart enough to say, okay. So I applied for the job. I got called in for the interview a day later. I go in a dress, which was, I don't know why I did that because it's an oil, right? But I go in a dress, and 3 guys interview me for 3 hours. 3 hours! And they talked about this stuff. That's all they did. And I just let them have the floor. They talked. So they finally looked at me and said, Stan, I don't have any bad habits with this job position. And I was really honest, I don't even know what I'm applying for. Because I didn't have a clue, right? And they thought that was good. But I swear, I got home, I walk in my door, my phone's ringing, they gave me the job. Okay, this was in 91. I made $70,000 a year. I was a finishing plant operator. I loved it, but you know what the key was? I said, I'm ready to do it, makes my heart sing. I would go to work and in hard hat, steel boots, my outfit with a backpack and metaphysical books. And I had to watch a plant, and it was a very dangerous plant. And I would read for 8 hours, 8 to 12 hours a day while I was running the plant. So the Spirit knew what they were doing. They would get me ready. So for 9 years, I studied everything metaphysically. I meditated at work. They even took me in for drug testing because they said I was too happy on the job. So I'm like, well, you want to waste your money to drug test me? Let's do it. They said, well, we all realize you're just too happy. I'm like, so you think I'm taking something? So I went to the hospital, did a drug test, and I passed it because I was just happy being me, and connecting. So the thing is, if you need a new job, start saying, I'm now ready to do what makes my heart sing, and I don't care what it looks like. And then you say that every day, and then you start applying and watch the flow. The flow is important. You watch how easy things do. You guys get that? And I tell people this, if you connect spiritually with guides, angels, all that, you don't work for them, they work for you. Everybody's got it backwards. They think, my spirit guide told me that, yeah, you do that, but you tell them to help you with something. They're there to help you. They're not in body, they're not on a planet. They're floating on a cloud somewhere in great energy. So they're actually there helping you be a better person. So if you guys do any of that, I work with the Council of 12. I work, one of my guys is Einstein, Albert Einstein. He's always eating the bologna sandwich, which I don't get. But he's one of my spirit guides. I remember telling him one time, I said, why do we go 2 steps forwards and 3 steps back? He goes, change your shoes. And what he meant by that is change your thinking. Because it really is. If it isn't working out there, it's because you're not working in here. And you're not a victim of the world you see. You're co-creating everything. Edgar Casey, if you guys know him, he has a saying on him. He says, you either co-create or play a victim in every minute. Okay, so are you co-creating, which is affirmations, being mindful, changing the dance. I mean, if you don't like your dance in life, change it. And you know, and you don't have to, and you can do it today. And the only thing you can count on is today. You can't think about tomorrow, it's over with. The future's gone, not here yet. So the only thing you can create or change is today. So how are you showing up today? Today's October 12th, 24th. How are you showing up today? How are you being the best you can be? And you know, I'm just hearing this. Stop putting yourself down. I don't know who's doing that, but stop criticizing yourself. Be your own best friend. And one of the things I see too, I know it's starting to come in, is the number one problem I see on the planet is we don't know how to receive love. I see that with everyone. So, and I always tell people to say, I'm now ready to receive love and be taken care of. And I'm now ready to go and take care of somebody else and balance that out. I'm now ready to receive love and be taken care of. And the other hit I got this last week, which was really good, is people say, well, there's a lot of takers in this world. But you know what? They're not receiving love, because taking is desperation. And when people act desperate, it's fear. It's not receiving love. So if you want to receive love and balance the scales, just say, God, I'm ready to receive love and take care of it. And whatever that means, I'm open to it. If it means you end up getting a dog, right? So just be open. I'm now ready to receive love and be taken care of. And how can that be? How can I? And let the universe do it. You don't have to worry about how or where or when. Now, the one thing that changes in reading, when I get them, because it's like watching a movie for me. I actually can watch a movie and talk to it. I've had this since I was a child. I grew up in a Catholic family with my Italian mother, and I could actually see heaven out there. And I had angels in my bed every day. And I thought that was normal. I'm like, okay, guys, what are you teaching me? And they always told me God is love and nothing else. God is pure love and nothing else. And they were beautiful angels. So the thing is, co-create your life. Get back on track. And you can do it today, and stop punishing yourself. And don't play small. We need to play bigger. You're not small. You're vibrant being of light. You're co-created with God. And God is in you. So you guys ready to play big? Change the planet and become the 12% we need to have so that we can get back on track? You know, the other thing, I know I'm going, I don't even know what time it is. Okay. The other thing that's interesting to me since COVID, you know why COVID happened? Anybody have an idea? Huh? Yes, that. And it happened because there was a mass exit with people. People had to go. So there was a mass exit, and we had to stop. But the thing that's interesting is Mother Nature has taken a beating. Okay, so the planet is having hurricanes and fires and storms and everything. And because everything's connected, we're connected to the planet, right? Mother Nature can't transfer the energy of us. That's what's happening. And it was interesting when COVID happened how clear the skies were. And it was mind blowing to me how LA looked, you know, how clear everything was. But we are the planet, and we're not taking care of it. And the thing is, what can we do to take better care of ourselves, the planet, the people we love? What can we do to transfer that energy and take care of the planet? Because until we do that, it's still going to be volatile. I mean, how do we want to learn through joy or pain? Do we want to learn through joy or pain individually, or do we want to make it worse collectively? Okay, and the other hit, again, is when anybody acts inappropriate with you, it's a cry for love. You guys get that? It's not for you to take personal. You guys, I had a situation years ago. I had a little Miata in Bakersfield, okay? And Bakersfield's very different, all right? So I'm driving around, and on the back of my Miata, it said, God's too big for one religion. I don't know if that was appropriate, but I had it on my car. I thought I was all that and a bag of chips in my 30s, okay? So I'm riding in this little town, Oildale, which is very conservative and everything. That's fine, too. So I'm driving. I'm like, I got to stop at the bank because the oil refinery was out in Oildale. And they've always said, don't stop anywhere, go get the back in Bakersfield. I'm like, I'm just going to go to the bank. I had to deposit my check from work, right? So this guy saw on my license plate. He's not happy with me. So he follows me in the Bank of America, and he's yelling and screaming, and there's this line, and I'm in the back of it, right? And he walks up to me, and he's ranting and raving about and the security guards are starting to come over, right? And he, is giving me a hard time about my license plate. And I said, do you believe, and I said it because I thought I could go ghetto on him, which I thought, and I said, no, I got to work the course, right? So I'm like, I go, do you believe in God? We can't believe in God. I go, you're not acting like it. And I hit him with a 2x4 something, and he got it. And he left, and they didn't have to arrest him, and things didn't get crazy, okay? Because there were 2 or 3 other people in line who were ready to beat him up. But it transferred. So if anybody acts inappropriate with you or criticizes you or blames you, don't take it personally. No, it's their stuff. Now, if you want to attach to it and get in a brawl and ruin that energy, you're welcome to, but you don't win in that energy. Do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? So I just say, when anybody's acting inappropriate, it's a cry for love. And I keep asking, how can I see them differently? And the other thing I do, because I don't say this out loud, I think I'm crazy, right? I start saying, may the God in me see the God in you. May the innocence in me see your innocence. May the joy in me see your joy. May the peace in me see the peace in you. Because I start doing affirmations when I get in situations. And the thing is, don't act out in crazy situations. How cray do you want it to get? Okay, and you guys have moments like that where you would just want to lose it with somebody? And be okay that people think different than you. It's okay to think different. And everybody's perfect where they're at. You guys get that? I don't care what it looks like. They're perfect where they're at. They're deciding day to day what they need to do. It's not my choice to attach with somebody else. It's like, if that's what you want to do, I'm off that roller coaster. It's not one I want to ride. I'm letting it go. Because if things can't show up fully and support you, why would you want that? Why would you want that? You guys get that? And it's all relative. One of the sayings too is, we're further along on our journey as the last person behind us. We're all in this together. And we can like it or not, but we're really in this together. And you can even say, how can I be a miracle today? And I love the affirmation, God's will for me is perfect happiness. I'm not attached to that. I want perfect happiness. I want grace and ease. I want simple. I want to live the best I can be. And you know what's so cool about that? When you start lining up with your miracle working stuff, you become innocent. You become like a child. It's like we take most of our life undoing. Becoming spiritual is undoing all the fear. You become childlike again. You start doing things that you love. So I told a client yesterday, because she's all serious about everything, and she wants to understand and read. I'm like, when's the last time you played? She's like, I can play. I'm like, you need to go play. You're too serious. Stop taking it all so seriously. Trust God. Go have fun. So the thing that I do is I put all my toys in my floaties, beach balls, swans, and I put my music on, my great music, and I just swim around. Or I go jet skiing, or I do music. Go concerts. I'm like, because the rest of it's going to work out. So when you bring joy in, that's the best way to elevate yourself. Joy, fun, build a puzzle, do things that are fun. What did you do as a child that gave you joy? Get back to heaven. Because it's not that complicated. We think it is, and it isn't. Trust God. Okay, and again, remember, the only thing that can change in your right intake of what's right for you is timing. So until you're ready to receive it, God's not going to drop it in. So if there's something you got to still work through, they're going to say she still needs a lesson with this. But you will receive, because God's will for you is perfect happiness, right? And the thing is, we're all in this together. We're all trying to figure it out. And everybody just wants to be loved. They want to be valued, respected. And you guys get that? Is this helping?
Oh, yes.
I want to get you guys motivated. I want us to become 12%. Okay, so raise your hand if you want to be part of the 12%. Okay, so if this was worth my whole day. Okay, so just know that you're part of the 12%. And you're going to change the planet. And every group that we can move forward can do that. Do affirmations, do things, be aware of what you do. What are you doing to be happy? And I would say 2 to 3 times a week, you should be doing something. Take a drive. If you're stuck in something, go take a drive. You could go shopping, but you don't want to get fixated. But, go to Starbucks. I don't know, just do some things that are going to bring you to you. What can you do? And you know what the good thing of advice is? One of the things, I have a therapist I work with every 2 weeks, we exchange, and she's on the spectrum. She doesn't work, she's the one that thinks of it. But I have her hold me accountable. So Marianne taught me, pick 2 people in your life that can tell you that you share all your shit with. And don't tell anybody else, because you don't want to go on and on about your stuff. But I picked 2 people, and I'm like, and I exchange with them. You're one of 2 people I tell you to. And then the rest is irrelevant. And they hold me accountable. And I go, call me out on anything I'm not doing right. I won't take it personally. I want to be my best me. So if you guys can pick 2 people in your lives that can hold you accountable, bring that in. And let them tell you what they think you need to work on, because people see your stuff. You guys get that? Is that cool? So what are you doing to be accountable to that? There's things you can tweak, and there's different modalities. And I tell people, if you're not doing well, there's no excuse. There's all kinds of stuff on the planet. If you want to heal, it's there. And you can even ask Spirit, show me who to go to be my best self. Show me how to get on track. Okay? You can find that too. And I do coaching. I don't do a lot because if I take somebody on, it's a 12 session process, and I give homework. So if you're that and I'll think about it, I give homework and I hold you accountable, because I don't want you to waste your money or time. So anybody who really wants to transfer or change, I could probably even do a class on that. Then we can do that. But how much do you want to grow? How high do you want to go? How big do you want to play? And how much out of pain do you want to be in? Who wants to learn through pain all the time? Correct? All right. So, and the thing is, life is easy if we make it. And now I'm not going to say it's always easy, but it'll get more simple as you go. Having a spiritual practice will be incredible. The course is giving 5 minutes a day in your whole life. Your whole day will be different. And we don't want to do that. How would you not want to give 5 minutes to change your day? Right? I don't want that. And I do, and like I said, I'm forced to do my work because I have to be in that energy with my clients. You guys get that? So God knew, like, Tammy, we got to put a leash on you. Because I could have been crazy. We're going to put a leash on you to do your work with your clients so that you can show up and be your best self. And then, I zone out. I have to watch stuff that doesn't make sense at night so that I not think about everything, because it helps me escape. So there's things that you can do. I don't numb myself. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I'm kind of boring that way, but I'm glad I don't do any of that. But the thing is, what are you doing to be your best self? And you don't need to be right. You want peace. Right? We all want peace and we want love. But you have to co-create every day. Not play victim. Nobody's coming after you. Nobody's hurting you. It's like, what can you do to show up? And everybody's watching you. They don't go by what you say, they go by what you do. People look at you. And if you show up in light and love, you guys get that? Have I helped you guys? Okay. Okay. So I want to maybe I'm going to have you. I love it. I think I'm going to have you guys repeat after me. How's that? It's collective energy power. Okay, so why don't we do that? Okay, so I want you to say, I'm now willing to play bigger than ever. I'm now ready to release anything that's not serving my highest good. I'm now ready to forgive myself and anyone else, knowing I know. I now release the past and the future. I'm now ready to live my purpose. I'm now ready to show up and be happy. I'm now ready to receive love and to be taken care of. I realize everybody is perfect where they're at. I don't have to fix anybody. I'm now ready to release any pain that I'm hanging on to, past, present, future. I'm not a victim of the world I see. I'm now ready to go out in the world and be a light. And I claim I'm the 12%. Yay! Thank you, guys. And if you want, I'm at a table, I'm doing readings, 15 minutes for $50, which is a discount. I have CDs, stuff that can help you heal, and books, products, anything that you guys want. I have an email list, anything that you guys want. Thank you for coming. Okay. Here's our
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to the SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. We're so excited you guys are here with us. Definitely stay with us all weekend. We have incredible experiences, talks like this one, all types of practitioners, teachers, healers, readers, as you guys saw already inside. And for those of you joining by the live stream, welcome. Thanks for joining in. If you're in the Phoenix area, come and join us here live in Scottsdale. And otherwise, thanks for tuning in on the stream. Stay tuned. We have incredible talks all weekend. And I'm delighted to be introducing Linda Searle. Linda Searle. She is a health and wellness expert. She's focused on longevity for all of us and anti-aging. Linda has gone through an incredible self-healing process herself. So she speaks from the experience of overcoming physical challenges that other people may have said it's not possible. But Linda is here to talk to all of us, educate us about the power of self-healing and all these new light technologies we have available to us right now for our longevity and wellness. So thank you so much, Linda.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm just going to, first of all, tell you a little bit about me. You know, she was very generous to say that I have all these accolades, but actually I am not, I have no medical background. I'm not a doctor. I am someone who sought out wellness alternatives when it started to affect me. And it was all for selfish reasons for me. And when I learned what was happening, when I found a new thing that I could use, I had to share it. And I've been educating myself ever since then. I've been at it just about 4 years. So I'm still, I would consider myself a newbie. But what happened was I am going to be 68 next month. And when I was in my 50s, I started experiencing some of those age-related type things that you experience. Aches and pains, you know, the wrinkles, obviously, but joint pain, discomfort, inflammation. And I was being monitored for all of that by my doctor. Twice a year, I had to go in for extensive blood work. I even had some markers in my blood that were suspicious of precancer. And so I was very determined to try to find an alternative because I had been seeking all kinds of specialists for ways to help me, but I didn't like the path they were taking me. They were wanting me to get injections. They were wanting me to take medications. They were telling me you can stave off surgery for a while, but this is what you're going to need eventually. And I just refused to believe that. And so I continued my research, and lo and behold, something appeared to me on Facebook that got my attention. And when I started using it, it changed my life. So with degenerative disc pain, if any of you have ever had that, it's excruciating. And for me, it was in my neck based off of a whiplash accident I had in my 20s. So it kind of settled there early. And I couldn't sleep at night. I had no energy. I was gaining weight. I was getting depressed. I couldn't function like I normally function, and it kept getting worse. And when I found this, in 7 days, I was sleeping without pain. And I knew I landed on something. I've gained all the flexibility back in my neck, which I had a specialist tell me, oh, your ligament damage, this is what we're going to have to do for you. And it's all been done naturally. And it is done with my own body's ability to do the process. And that is what's so powerful, is that we all have the ability for our body to upregulate the good things that it needs to fight off the things that we're experiencing. So I want to share how many of you have heard of stem cells? How many are you familiar with the stem cell technology out there? Okay, some of you are. And so we have a doctor on our team that actually works with stem cell injections. He's based in Florida, but guess what? He doesn't do it in Florida because it's not FDA approved. He has a clinic in South America, and people fly to South America to get his treatments. Now, do you know that the uptake of those particular stem cells is only 30%? So many people may have to go for more than one treatment. If you've heard of Tony Robbins, he goes 2 or 3 times a year. And he will say it costs him $25,000 per treatment. And that's not including your travel expenses, okay? But do you know that you now can upregulate your own stem cells? Many of you know that you can do that. You can. And so what this is a statistic that is really kind of disturbing that I need to share. I'm just going to refer to my notes, because by the age of 30, you've lost 60% of the functionality of your stem cells. Okay, by 30. By 50, it's 75%. And by the time you're 60, it's 90%. So why are we then experiencing these age-related symptoms? Why are we aging much more quickly than we are normally supposed to be aging? Well, part of it is because your stem cells are not as active. But then we also have a lot of things in our environment that are influencing the aging process that we don't always have control over. And so only 1% of the population of people in the world are born with a gene that will determine some kind of disease. Only 1%. Do you know that 99% of the diseases out there, which include cancer, is because of environment, lifestyle choices? Now that's pretty disturbing, but this is also enlightening, because that tells us that we can do something about our own healing ability. If we are there where I already have osteoarthritis, I've already developed it, I already have that. Can I reverse it completely? Hopefully one day I can, but right now I can regenerate enough to where I don't require any surgery or things that I would normally need. And so that's the amazing thing about this. So one thing that I want to share too is that how many of you have heard of a technology called LifeWave? I see a head shaking over here. Okay. LifeWave is the technology that I'm referring to, because it was a scientist. That's what I saw. I saw the scientist come up on Facebook sharing the science of this particular technology that he created. He's a scientist. This is a technology company. But he created it because when the stem cell madness started coming around about 10 years ago, he knew that that was going to be the direction that people needed to go to start upregulating their healthy genes and to start reversing the aging process. And so this company has been around since 2004. It's in its 20th year. And the stem cell patch took 10 years to develop and test, and that was released in 2019. So how does that compare to maybe some of the other technologies that you might be seeing out there? Because I don't know about you, I see a lot of other patching technologies out there. Well, this technology doesn't use anything that enters your skin. It's non-transdermal. It has 180 clinical patents and over 80 clinical studies. It's been around. It has all the science behind it. And when you go and do your diligence to find the science and patents on these other technologies, they are not there. And I know that because I asked them for it, because they cannot produce it on their websites. So I emailed them and I said, could you please provide the science or the data that supports your product? And it's usually a letter by a PhD. And it is a study that had no control group, that is all subjective, just people telling how it affected them. We have actual science that shows that this technology actually upregulates things in its body that it's going to do, because it's all patented. And you cannot get a patent unless it does what it's going to say it's going to do. So I just want to share that with you right now, because this scientist here is quite a brilliant man. And so what he's gifted us with is a technology that is going to stimulate a copper peptide in your system, or other peptides and amino acids, by a frequency of light called phototherapy. Now, phototherapy has been around for 3,500 years. The Egyptians used it with prisms and crystals to reflect colored light to try to do healing. We have phototherapy equipment out there that's usually plug-in technology that you have to buy or go into an office to benefit from it. This is a patented technology that uses a version of phototherapy called photobiomodulation. And that's a long word, but essentially how it works is when you go out into the sunshine and you stand out in the sun and the sunlight stimulates points on your skin, that communication is signaled up to your brain to produce vitamin D. Get that going. And we all need vitamin D. So this is how this technology works. It's a patch that you place on your body that is activated by your own infrared body light and heat. This has a nanotechnology in it that is basically very natural, sugars, salts, amino acids, and whatnot enmeshed in there in a lattice formation, and it communicates whatever he wants it to communicate. Peptide production, glutathione production, carnosine, all different types of things that our body needs that it no longer can produce on a regular basis. And so what people are experiencing is they're experiencing 1/3 of their genes upregulating to a younger state. And when you have 1/3 of your genes upregulating instead of deregulating, what do you think happens? Anybody? Healing. You experience healing. Now, my healing, I'm going into the 4th year, my degenerative disc pain is gone. My arthritic hands, I have strength in them again, that I can open jars. My blood work, all my inflammatory markers have disappeared, and that was within the first 3 months. I am no longer under the microscope for precancerous conditions, but they're monitoring it because they want to make sure, right? My bone density is starting to improve because I just had a bone scan. So I'm telling you that it's not fast, because if you're like me turning 68, I had, before I started this, I had 64 years worth of damage that had incurred by not even necessarily knowing what I was doing. And 1/3 is now going into the needed areas that need to be repaired first. And since I've been using it, my hair has been growing back, my skin has improved, and lots of other things. But your body knows what it needs. And that's why I try to educate people that when you get into this field of healing yourself, it takes time, because it took you time to get where you are. And there's lots of things you can do. The patch is one tool. There's all kinds of tools out there you can handle. You can eat right. You can move right. You can try other things. I'm still going for massages. I still go in for certain sessions with acupressure. But I don't do it like I was before. I was doing it twice a week. I don't have to do it maybe once a month anymore. And that's the beauty of it, is that your body starts to take care of itself, and you hear how it's working. There are people that are no longer on medications, and they're under their doctor's care. And we always encourage people, get into your doctor and get your blood work done. How else are you going to know that this is working for you? You need something to measure it with. And some doctors are reducing medications. Some people are no longer on their medications. For me, I'm saving money because I'm not having to do all these alternative therapies and taking all these other supplements, because my body is now back to regulating itself. And it can take up to a year to get to where you start to notice it. Some people notice it within 30 days, some people 6 months. But the beauty of it is, when you trust and know that there's a technology out there, that there's tools out there that provide your body with the care that it needs, that you can trust because of the science behind it, that you're going to benefit from it. And you may just need to take some time to reflect and observe what's happening. So let me share. Someone who was patching with me recently said, She'd been on it for 90 days. And she was out walking her dog. And she said, oh, but I twisted my ankle. I said, I'm sorry. She's about my age. I said, I'm sorry to hear that. She says, I don't know. She says, I just started running. I don't know why I started running, but I just started running and I twisted my ankle. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, did you ever used to run with your dog? She goes, no. I said, why do you think you wanted to run? Because your body was telling you you were feeling better. You were feeling, your body tells you. And some people, it's sleeping better. Some people, your husband or your significant other might notice, that you're not sitting down on the couch at midday. You're just like getting all this stuff done. It's just a very subtle observation that when you pay attention to what you used to feel, and then one day it just kind of dawns on you and you go, I'm not doing that anymore. That's your body healing. That's your body telling you you're moving in the right direction. And sometimes you can get that when you just change your diet, right? Sometimes you can get that when you start an exercise program. But I don't know if you're like me, I sometimes fall off that diet and I don't get back onto it, and then I don't do my exercises for a while. This is something you just wear and you don't have to worry. So that is the technology. So any questions? And then I'm going to start asking for volunteers because I would love to patch you and have you experience the technology. Any questions so far?
I noticed that you have one there on your arm and one on your foot.
I'm patched up today. Yeah.
So you have to have more than one?
No. No. Actually, we always recommend you just start out with one, which is the one that you get the most benefits from, which is the one that activates the copper peptide that regulates your stem cell production. I always like to add one that I'm patching today, which is for inflammation and help regulating your nervous system, bringing that back into balance. Because guess what? We're all under stress. We are stressed continually. I mean, think about it. Are you thinking about maybe what you have to do when you get out of here? Are you thinking about that traffic you're going to have to fight on a Saturday? Are you thinking about what you're going to have for dinner? Are you thinking about, it's nonstop. Right? I heard someone say that it's like being in a cave with a lion outside of your cave and you can't get out because that lion's there waiting for you. Okay? Constant stress. And we don't know how to stop it because our society doesn't help us there. We have our phones, we have a computer, we've got all these things now that we're learning to adapt to it, but our body isn't adapting to it. Does that make sense? Your body doesn't know any different. Your body thinks it's on high alert. And that's why we are degenerating ourselves. And so we have to provide our body with things that help it give it a fighting chance. Because even if you're eating right, you're exercising, and you're doing all these other things, if you're not getting everything else that helps your body fight that, you're just gonna continue to age quicker. And I know that my 92-year-old mother can jump out of a chair quicker than I can because she lived a healthy life, and she still does. And I got into my lifestyle choices that caused my body to break down quicker. Now, do I have regrets over that? No, because I wouldn't be here talking to you today. And I want to share this technology with people because it's an amazing thing. So thank you. Now, the patches that I'm wearing patches that help increase my cellular energy, because your cells need energy to get you through stress. They need cellular energy to repair. They need cellular energy to bombard everything that's coming at you. So I wear 2 sets of them when I'm working at these expos. Okay, I'm wearing a patch that boosts my glutathione because I am constantly talking to people and I don't know what I'm going to be exposed to. So I am wearing patches that are going to support my body under the extra stress that I'm experiencing here. And some people will eventually start doing that. But most of them, you just need, probably I recommend 2, but 1 will get you there. So great question. Any others? I'm going to check my time. I got plenty of time. So Well, one of the questions that I get is, how long do you wear them? You wear them for 12 hours. They're disposable, so you throw them away. Why do you wear them only for 12 hours? You only wear them for 12 hours because it is a communication system. You don't stand out in the sun for 12 hours. What would happen? You probably burn to a crisp. Right? I can't stand in the sun very long, period. But that's probably a drastic example. But it's the same, our cup of coffee. You have a cup of coffee because you enjoy it and you like that little extra boost in the morning. And pretty soon you got to have 2 cups of coffee. And then maybe you're going to have a cup of coffee in the afternoon. And pretty soon your body starts attenuating to the caffeine level that you're introducing to it, and you need more of it to get the same effect. So with the patches, it's communicating, remember, through a technology to your brain, and your brain is receiving that communication for 12 hours. Now it diminishes because the contents in the patch do break down from your body heat, but still it's receiving that communication until you remove it. So you give your body 12 hours to assimilate, to go, okay, I've got all this information, now I know what to do, and you give it the 12-hour break. A lot of the things that we have, you don't have to wear them every day. You know, everyone's body's different. And I started wearing one just because of, was told I might be getting glaucoma. They're monitoring me for that now. I thought, ugh. So I'm wearing a carnosine patch because carnosine is good for eye health, organ health. I'm wearing that every day. You know what the side benefits of that is? To strengthen my hands. So it's subtle. I mean, it's so subtle that I didn't even realize until I opened a jar and went, you know, I couldn't do that 60 days ago. So that's when you kind of go, okay, I made that connection. So that's why we try to ask you to, you know, integrate slowly so you can know how your body is receiving that information. Because when you get all overzealous and you want to do too much, it's like taking too many vitamins. You don't know which ones are working for you anymore until you start eliminating them and start to know how you're feeling. And that can take up to 90 days, right? All right, who would like to be patched today? Come on up. Your first hand came up. Did you get a chance to sign in?
I think I'm on your list already.
Are you?
Come to you.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And remind me of your name. Dawn. Dawn. So what's going on with you, Dawn?
This high first all the time. It's tight. And I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
I'm starting to work cervical stretches.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I'm familiar with those.
I'm not sure if this whole exposed type is
Okay. Now, there's probably one place I'm gonna recommend that we put it is back here. Yeah. Now this particular patch is the one that reduces inflammation, and it calms down that autonomic nervous system. So it relaxes people, and immediately, sometimes people feel it, and it's just as simple as like, just a, oh, like a relief, right? And some people, maybe it might take an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. You could probably sleep really good tonight. All right, so we're gonna help Dawn feel better today. And I'm gonna put it right here. And have you ever been patched before, Dawn?
I think I was from my, I know that I was.
Okay, okay. Did you notice anything when you were patched there?
That was so bad because my vertebra was flattening the nerve.
Okay, so you probably needed some extra patches. Sometimes you need to have quite a few to break that communication of pain, because, you know, do you know your brain gets stuck in that pain cycle? Did you know that? Yeah. So that is here. And no, because actually it stops. And so just leave it on. Now, it shouldn't give you any kind of Some people, she brings up a good point. Some people have, they're sensitive to energy. I think you don't. Some people are sensitive to energy, right? And it kind of scares them because they're like, ooh, what's that? It might be tingling down the spine. It might be, I don't know, I've never experienced that before. For me, I've had, acupuncture and all of that. So moving energy in my body wasn't something foreign to me, massage. But you wear it for 12 hours. But Dawn, if it gets uncomfortable for you, you can just take it off.
I was just thinking.
Yeah. Oh, it'll stay on. Yeah.
Oh,
Just don't scrub it. Yeah, I wear mine in the shower. Yeah, you should be fine, especially in that location. So, anyone else? Oh, it was a tie. Well, we'll take you off. Why don't you come up? Come on. And you got your name on my list, right?
Yes, yes, I do.
And your name?
Jody.
Jody, what's going on with you?
Something new. I'm 78, and my lower back, it's like a 1, maybe a 2 sometimes. So it's not debilitating and it's not constant. It's better in the mornings. I don't notice that and then in the afternoons, in the early evening, when I stand up, I just have to really straighten because there's an ache and I've thought, okay, because I work with my body all the time. So I'm saying, is this your hips? Is this your back? Is this your kidneys? Those are because I don't know if it's really my back. It's more of a thickness that aches. That's weird.
The muscle.
So I haven't figured it out, but I'm willing to. So I thought I should raise my hand.
Well, sure. Let's see if we can get you some relief. I do know that I have an extra vertebrae in my lower back I was born with. And I used to get, when I was in my 20s, I had debilitating pain down there. What they told me to do is to strengthen my core muscles. So if you're not strengthening your core muscles, do you know that's your vertebrae?
I'm not.
There's really,
walking.
that's my job. Well, swimming's good, and there's a lot of, it's not crunches. There's a lot of exercises that are very gentle that you can do that can support your abdominal muscles, and you want to incorporate that,
Especially in the pool. But where my dilemmas come is that after I've been an hour kind of moving and dancing in my pool, sometimes my back seems worse instead of better. So then I'm left with this, I don't want to hurt, So it's tricky.
Yeah, you might want to have it looked at so you know what to do.
I've been thinking about it. It's been going on 6-7 months, but it's not, higher than a 1 or 2, so it's not like.
But sometimes that's your body starting to tell you, hey.
Yes, any pain is trying to tell me something. So.
Okay, so I'm going to put it on, so you'll point to where the pain is.
Watch this, people. Are there people out there?
Well, you're on camera.
It's kind of right in here.
Right on your spine, okay? Because that, your nerves branch out from your spine, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right, so here's some water. I have a booth here, by the way. So those of you that are getting patched, I want you to come back and report to me how you're doing. Or I will be sending you out some information, and you can reply back to me and say, hey, I just want to let you know that this is what's happening. So I'm going to write down Dawn. Yeah, Jody.
Okay, Laura, I could give you.
Yeah. Let me put it down there so I'll probably have trouble finding you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm doing a drawing, so if you didn't get your name on my list, you might want to add it on there.
Done with me?
Done with you, Jody.
Thank you so much. We'll
Okay,
see.
come on. Now, I've got time. Good. And you are? Jennifer, you look familiar. Have you been here before? Okay. In March? Was it June? I don't know. I get you back there. Okay, so what's going on? What's going on? Okay, let's share. Okay, so I got injured at work. Okay, injured at work. Now, what is that exactly? I'm not familiar with that. Inflammation. Okay. I've been struggling with that. The doctors told me that it's just really weakness. Okay, so it's not going away. So are you doing the same kind of movements that aggravated? No. Okay. So specifically where it's on your left side, right there. Okay. And you know, one thing that's great about this technology is you can put it right where it hurts, or sometimes you listen to your body intuitively and your body tells you where to put it. All right. I generally like to use acupoints that are used in Chinese medicine because those are the highly communicative areas that communicate to many pathways in your body because everything's connected, right? So if she's got some pain in here, I can do it right here, or I could do it here, but I'm going to put it right on the point of pain because I can feel it's warm there. I can feel the heat coming from it. Okay, so turn facing me so we don't expose you here. That's what your body says. That's what your body needs. Okay, so you're going to come back and let me. You got on here, Jennifer, and it's going to be pain. This is my notes, I remember. Okay, pain. Okay. All right. Let's get you feeling better.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions before I?
You said something about the spokes, so like you buy like a kit and then.
Oh, how they're packaged? They are packaged in an envelope. Oh, like this. Okay, and you get 30. So there's 30 of them in there.
So that lasts like a month.
So for me, I wear these every day because I want to stress my body every day, and I wear mine at night because I get the inflammatory benefits from the patch X39 in the day, and I get continual support. I want to share some of these because this is visually, sometimes it's better to see the inflammation reduction from just, this is, if you look at the timestamp, 1238 to 117. All right, and that is just wearing the patch for that amount of time, and they were measuring the infrared, all right, of the heat coming out of their body, and the red is all inflammation. And you can see a huge reduction. Now, what would that would tell you that would be pain reduction there too, right? You would start to notice some relief there. The healing properties. It can be used on people of most ages over 18, okay? This is a young man, about 24, took a face plant on a snowboard in the snow. And his parents were luckily using the technology, and they patched him in 5 days. This kid healed. Now, why would he heal so fast? Because he was 23. And remember, he had a lot of stem cells already deployed to heal, but what the patching technology did was provide those cells with a lot more support, and it just sped it up a lot quicker. Now it can work on, I'm going to do this one, because this gentleman, I believe, was 79 at the time this happened, and he hit his head on the side of a granite kitchen countertop. And so, yeah, it looks terrible. And he was, you know, they put patches all over. And this was in 2 weeks. And that was 7 weeks later. And he actually looks better than he did when he got hit, when he hit his face on the counter. So it's a pretty remarkable technology. And when your body, this is how you know it's working, when you start seeing the outward signs of the healing. And this young woman she's kind of she looks even better now than she did when this was taken a year later. But you can see the transformation of the collagen production in her skin, tightening her skin, and really making her look like her daughter. I think she looks a lot younger. And that's what most people will notice. They'll notice the reduction of fine lines that they hated looking at. The texture of their skin gets smoother. They start noticing hair growth coming in. And your fingernails. My fingernails have never been healthier. You know, they used to split and break and crack, and they're just so healthy right now.
So it's just all your body providing what you need to get those results. And here's another woman who's experiencing, she's a little bit older. So these are some real live pictures. I like to call those my testimonies because we've got the science that shows that it does all of that, but people want to see what it does. People want to feel. Who's ready? Who would like to be patched? Because I've got probably a little different. Would you like to come up? Okay. Remember I told you that stem cell injection proliferation rate is 30%? Do you know that this technology is 2,100%? Why? Because it's your own stem cells. It's your own body stem cells. It's not a foreign stem cell from, what they call from the placenta or umbilical cords. And when they do stem cell injections, which I think they're doing in the United States, they're using your own. They withdraw your blood and they get the plasma and they are able to get your own stem cells and get a bunch of them and then they put them back in. But what's the problem with that? What's that? They're old. And you don't have anything to support them. So you're not really getting a whole lot of benefit with that either. So your name is? Kim? Kim, what's going on with you?
My wrist.
Ah, so tell me about your wrist.
Just like hard to work. I work here and I thought this was working, but then this one is hurting. So I think it could be from the way I'm sleeping, but it's very painful.
Okay, so which one hurts more? Okay. So I'm going to clean off your wrist. This is one thing, to keep it sticking on you, you want to have it on clean, dry skin. This is just an alcohol problem for you? Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to let that dry off. And that's just to make sure whatever body oil or whatever perfume or whatever you have on is going to, because if you perspire from underneath the patch, that can loosen it. And if you've got oils and stuff, that will loosen it as well.
I was going to go to the corner.
Well, I know that I know what you're talking about because I have, weather predictability, right? When barometric pressure changes, I can tell you what's happening, right? So yeah. And I got you on here, Kim? No. Could you please get your information on there for me? Thank you. Anyone else? I've got, and here's one. Would you like to come up? Come on up. Thank you. Just put your wrist. I'm jogged by what actually happens to you more than. I'll go, oh yeah, I remember Kim now. She had the wrist pain like I had. Yeah. And you are?
I'm Stan.
Stan, nice to meet you. And what's going on with you, Stan?
I think it's going to be something, but.
Okay.
About 3 weeks.
Okay, so it's your left shoulder. Okay, and you can't remember anything doing any music sleeping?
That's-
Yeah.
It's gonna be impacted.
Okay, just good. All right, so we'll put it on the point of view. Okay, so point where it hurts, way down here. Excuse me, I'm right there. Okay, and here's some water. Let me get your name on there. Now, sometimes I have to tell you, sometimes, like I mentioned earlier, that we have stubborn pain, especially if it's chronic. If it sounds like his is kind of sudden, so maybe he can get some relief there, right? But if it's not acute pain, which means it happens, within a short period of time, it's chronic pain. And your brain gets into a habit of like, oh yeah, there's that pain, and then it just cycles through. You can balance your brain with these patches. And it's quite phenomenal
when you can balance your brain, how you reset everything. Because this is your computer. This controls everything. And if you're not balanced up here, you're not balanced anywhere. And so part of this technology's job is to rebalance you. And sometimes you have to help it get rebalanced if you're not getting the benefits that you need right away. And so that's the problem I think that most people experience when they're dealing with something like chronic issues. They don't know how to get the relief, and maybe they were like me and they tried, specialists, and they tried all these modalities. And you know what? I probably should have balanced my brain as part of my therapy, but I never heard of it until probably 2 years ago. And now I try to do it about every 3 months. I go through the protocol that we have for balancing the brain because it really does help. Because sometimes I notice I get tense or things are happening and I'm like, oh, that's a familiar pain that I used to have. Okay, it's time to rebalance. And whether barometric pressures or maybe my diet hasn't been the best, because like I said, I'm not really good at always following it 100%. So this I know when I am providing my body with what it needs to heal itself, I am in a much better position. And I've got my doctor using them now because she's been watching my results. And so this is the thing, if you've never heard of this technology before, it's because it's not in the medical world. Okay, it is a technology under wellness. And the FDA years ago took wellness off the shelf and they started pushing their pharmaceuticals and everything else. So now you have to come to events like this to learn about these alternative therapies, and there's many out there that are wonderful. And it's about finding the ones that work for you and which one your body tells you you need. So I love coming to these events because the energy in this building right now is so high that all you have to walk, when you're walking down the aisle and something catches your eye, go explore it, because that's a message probably that you need to hear or learn about. And that's why I'm sharing it, because maybe I'm the message you needed to hear today. Maybe you needed to know about alternative technologies out there that give you the freedom to control your own healing and go to doctors for blood work to measure your progress, because otherwise you really don't know. Like, you're just starting to experience some pain. Maybe it's just you tweak something and you just never gave it time to heal. But how will you know? Because your body is telling you. When something doesn't feel right, your body's telling you something happened to you. So you want to listen to it. Yes.
You have not mentioned money, and I hope it's okay that I ask. You can always say no.
Yeah.
For one envelope like that for 1 month, I'm just trying,
Yeah.
I would like to get an idea how much
Yeah.
that costs.
Well, it is. Thank you for asking that. We have different ways that you can get really good pricing on these. You can get a wholesale price on it. You just form an account and you can order what you need. So this particular one, which is really just, it's not going to be necessarily doing the healing for you. It's just going to be reducing inflammation and calming your nervous system down. We'll run about, let's see, 70. Yeah. And that's a wholesale price. And then the other one, the one that does the really healing, that was 100. Okay. But I will tell you that there are, you got to get to the point in your journey of where you're willing to try something that's going to work for you. And I have actually, the gentleman next to me was asking me, well, how long do I have to wear it? And I said, well, because he was gifted, someone gifted him something. I said, well, you were lucky, because that was $100 gift. Because that's what it cost me. Is that you can't stop.
But what do you think is going to happen when you stop? Your body's going to continue to, your copper peptide that you've been accumulating in 30 days is going to start to decrease, and you're going to start to fall back into. So it is a lifestyle. And it is a lifestyle I have embraced because it's helped me, it's helped my husband, it's helped so many people that I work with, and I've seen a tremendous healing in people that I am blown away, that I call it true miracles, what bodies can do, because some people amaze me what they experience. I'm just like, wow. It's
Can I go ahead and do a patch?
Sure, come on up.
I'm getting a water from you.
Okay. And do I have to here? Yeah. Gotta sign up so I can check in on you. Because I like to follow up with you. I'm on the external. So when you go out here and you see on the outside and you turn the corner, I'm in front of the big windows there. Yeah. So I think I'm on the outside this time around. Yeah, come see me. Okay, so you've got some back issues too? Is it muscle? Is it?
Well, because I haven't talked to other friends, and so, of course, as we get older, our intestines are like backed up, right? So, I have another friend that she's recently went to the doctor, and the pain that she's experienced was what I experienced. It almost felt like kidney or whatever back here, like muscle, but like it comes and goes. Yeah, I mean, like this morning I actually woke up with the pain too.
Is it?
But it's only right here. It's nowhere else. And so I was getting ready to start diatomaceous earth.
Yes.
Okay, so one of my friends thinks that she's like, oh my gosh, especially if it's intestines, you got all this stuff that needs to be, it's all infiltrated. It needs to be pushed out.
We have a protocol for digestive issues that gets things moving. And it's just putting one here, putting one here. And it will just start getting things moving. So that is something to explore after you're trying these other things. But we'll just see if we can get you some relief today. Okay, so turn around. We're pointing like this. Okay, right there. And I'm here for both days. If you come back tomorrow, come back and tell me what you notice. Now, I'm going to say, because you are, see, it's midday, I'm going to say just leave it on until tomorrow morning, because it's not going to hurt you, because you're not wearing something every day. Just leave it on until tomorrow morning, take it off, and make a mental note of what you noticed that happened to you in that period. Things that I can suggest to you is you might notice a reduction of your pain. So on a scale of 1 to 10, make a mental note of where you are before I put the patch on you, okay? Then take an assessment throughout the day of where that pain, maybe it's moving, meaning it's diminishing. Sometimes pain moves. So if it's moving, make a mental note of that as well. You might notice that you sleep better, because guess what? Your nervous system has calmed down. So that's one of the benefits of calming the nervous system down, is that you're going to sleep better.
I can already taste it. It's like coming through my.
So something's, well, it detoxes as well. So that's why you want to drink plenty of water, because these patches are moving energy. They are changing the cellular energy of what's going on in your body. And so you're going to detox. And so that's telling you probably need some detoxing. Okay, we carry things in our bodies, and we have a protocol for that too. And I've got it at my booth if you're interested in learning about it. It works incredibly well. So it's just an amazing technology that I just have found that I'm passionate about, that I love, and I wanted to share it. Thank you for watching. You can get a hold of me through SoulSearch. My name is Linda Searle. I would give you my phone number online. I guess I can give it to you. Got a pencil? Ready? It's 520-508-9857. And
It's all about stem cells. So remember that. 520-508-9857. And if you get on my mailing list, I will be sending you some communication. And you'll also have my contact information. So those of you that came in a little bit later, if you'd like to come up or stop by my booth, I do free consultations as far as just finding out what's going on with you. I am providing patches for $5 a sample over there that you can come and try it if you'd like. I encourage you to learn more about this technology. So come stop by, because it works on your animals. Now, that's the benefit of it, is that it also works on your animals. So I know I'm a pet lover, and you can take your old patch and put it on your pet, and it's enough frequency in there that it's going to help your pet. So come by, talk to me. Bye, everyone.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway. Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the Enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared, I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through and he was just like, boom, boom, boom.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo here in Scottsdale. We're delighted to have all of you with us. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we hope you stay with us all weekend, because as you see, we have incredible speakers like Cherie here, as well as amazing experiences inside. So definitely stay with us all weekend and stay a part of our community, join our Facebook group. And we do this event in Scottsdale every 3 to 4 months, so you guys can keep coming back and being a part of our SoulSearch family. And I'm very excited to be introducing Cherie Ariano, who is the founder of Divine Light Codes, a global healing haven for awakening starseeds and all beings on their ascension journey. Cherie is a multidimensional healer, artist, and alchemist. She shines a light on the higher purpose of her clients and assists them in overcoming incarnation challenges so they can fulfill their life's mission. Her potent divine light codes illuminate the path towards freedom, joy, and higher consciousness. Divine light codes is the ultimate vessel of Cherie's life work. And she also has a beautiful booth in the main hall. So if you guys have questions and want to chat with her afterwards, she's here. And for all of you joining on the live stream, welcome. You can connect with Cherie through the SoulSearch platform. So thank you so much, Cherie.
Thank you for your beautiful introduction. Now I don't have to introduce myself because you did such an amazing job. So thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Cherie, like Tangela mentioned, and I've been on an awakening journey for about 25 years now. I say that I had my first awakening in 2001 and then the second one in 2012. And that's kind of when my path started to light up more, to be more in service to humanity as a starseed. And so I kind of went down this journey of like, what is ascension? What is a starseed? What is, all of the spiritual terms that were buzzing at the time. And decided that I wanted to be an energy healer and an alchemist. So I call myself an energy alchemist. And I also work with essential oils. I create my own divinely guided blends for chakra balancing and emotional healing. So that's kind of like what I like to do in the alchemy lab, as well as energy healing one-on-one with beautiful souls such as yourself. So we're going to have a lot of fun today. It's going to be a little bit interactive. I brought gifts. I hope I brought enough. And just to get started, we're going to harmonize our energy. So I'm going to guide you through a little sound healing meditation to ground our energy and harmonize. And then we'll get into all the starseed topics. We'll talk about, what is a starseed? How do we know, if you're a starseed? Like, how do I know if I'm a starseed? And we'll get into like some of the different types and what their mission here is on the planet at this time. So does that sound good to everyone? And I'll take questions as well at the end, and I'll keep you guys, informed as we go along. So thank you so much for being here. So let's just start with closing our eyes and getting really comfortable in our chairs, making sure your feet are uncrossed and flat on the floor, spine straight. And let's just begin by taking some deep breaths in through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. So here we go. Let's take a deep breath in, breathing all the way down into your lower belly, and exhaling through the mouth. Just letting go of any tension, any nervousness you may have felt trying to get here today. And as you begin to feel more settled in, just bring your awareness to your heart centers. You can put your hand on your heart if you wish. Maddie's going to come around and give you a little gift, so you can just gently open your eyes and receive it, but don't open it yet. And I'd like you to see or imagine a beautiful ball of golden light. circling all around you. This is your golden ball of protection, your auric field, your energy bubble. And just see it swirling all around you, keeping you safe, keeping you connected to Gaia, and keeping you connected to God's source energy. And if you've ever done a grounding meditation, you're probably familiar with taking your grounding cord, which is an imaginary cord that comes, well, it's not imaginary, it's real, but you can imagine it just coming down out of the root chakra, going down, down, down into the center of the earth, the crystalline iron core, center of the earth, connecting to Gaia. And just imagine going down through all the layers of rock, soil, sand, into the center of the earth where there's a big, beautiful, crystalline cave. And just put your name on a crystal. There's a crystal there with your name on it. Just attach your grounding cord to that crystal. And keep breathing. You guys are doing great. And while you're there, just take a moment to thank Gaia for all of her wonderful sustenance, the life that she gives us here on this planet, the air, the water, the plants, the food, all of the life that we're provided. And when you're ready, I invite you to imagine a beautiful cord of light coming in through the top of your crown chakra from God's source energy, all the way up from the grand central sun, filling you up from head to toe. Just allow it to come down and penetrate your chakra system, your whole auric field. And then imagine that light going all the way down your grounding cord into this beautiful crystal cave, through your grounding cord, connecting to Gaia. So right now, you are the divine connection to heaven on earth, to the divine masculine and the divine feminine, connecting Father, Son, and Mother Earth together, being the conduit or the channel through your light body. And just feel how it feels to feel fully present in the body and grounded. And how it feels to feel fully present in your heart space. I want you to think to yourself, I am open to the wisdom of the universe and the awakening of my soul's purpose. And just keep breathing. Feeling your divine connection to Mother Earth, Father, Son. And if you suspect that you might be a starseed, I invite you to invite your starseed family in right now. Call in your guides, call in your angels, call in your soul family, and ask them to come and encircle you with divine healing, protection energy, and ask them to allow you to be open to receive whatever wisdom comes through for you today. I invoke the powers of Archangel Michael, Archangel Gabriel, and Archangel Raphael. Please keep this container safe for our time here together today. And we invite all the beings, the beautiful star seeds, the star families, the guides, the benevolent ancestors who are with us here today. And when you're ready, just bring your energy. If you're still down there in that beautiful crystalline cave, just bring your energy back up to your heart center, coming back fully into the body, bringing your awareness to your heart and feeling love for yourself, compassion. Thank yourself for being here today, for taking time out of your busy schedule to do some self-care, self-love, enlightenment, opening your hearts and your minds for your highest and best selves. When you're ready, I invite you to open your eyes gently and open the gifts that were handed out to you today. There's some beautiful essential oils in there, and I invite you to open it. And we're going to work with the heart chakra now and the oils. You might have a roller bottle or you might have drops. It doesn't matter. Just put them on your heart. So go ahead and rub it in. Oh, she needs one. Are we out? I'm sorry, we ran out. And just rub it in and then smell your fingers or your hand. Take a deep breath in and exhale. And say, I love. Again, deep breath in and exhale. I am loved. And then a third time. Deep breath in and exhale. I am loved. I apologize for the people who didn't get the oils. If you come to my booth after, I'll have a few more samples I'm happy to share with you. And then I also have like more oils that you can try and lots of testers and things like that. So thank you. So awesome. I'm so excited to see all of you here because the fact that you're here means that you're interested in the topic of star seeds. And that's so exciting because, you know, it's still fairly new-ish, like for some people. Who here has heard of star seeds? Okay, awesome. And who in the room suspects that they might even be a star seed? Okay, awesome. So not as many as the first hand raising. Well, that's exciting because I'm excited to share this information with you. I've been working with star seeds for about 5 years now as a coach, helping people come online, awaken to their innate gifts, and like get on mission, as we say. So let's start with what star seeds are. Okay, so star seeds are souls whose, when God gave you your original divine spark, it didn't necessarily happen on Earth. It could have happened in another planet. It could have happened on another star system, a neighboring star system or galaxy. Because let's face it, the universe is huge, and so you kind of have to believe that there's life on other planets to digest this information. Who here believes there's life on other planets? Okay, awesome. We're on a good start. You also kind of have to believe in reincarnation. So who here believes in reincarnation? Okay, perfect. So, so star seeds are souls. When God said, okay, you're going to be born, here's your divine spark of light. Could have been on the Lyran constellation on the planet Vega. It could have been in the Pleiades. It could have been in Sirius. It could have been like in universes and galaxies we don't even have names for. Okay. And then if you are a starseed, your soul could be 15 billion years old. That's how old we are. So there's a lot of old people in this room right now. And I mean your soul. So starseeds are 15 billion years old. So you've been around the proverbial block, so to speak, and you've incarnated in many, many lifetimes. And so you might even feel kind of like, do we have to do this again? Why am I here? I feel so old. You know, people might tell you like, you're an old soul. Oh, you have like old soul energy, you know? And so why are the star seeds here on Earth? So I don't know if I said this, but so if your divine spark was born on another planet or star system, you're now on Earth in this human body, in this meat suit, I like to call it. Oops, I'm messing with the mic. Sorry, guys, on the live stream. We're here on this, you know, human experience. We're having this human experience for a very specific reason. You're here to lift up humanity. You're here to assist with the ascension. You're here to bring more positivity into people's lives, or love, or compassion, or light. You might feel like a huge calling to be in service to humanity, or the animals, or the plants, or the trees, to Mother Earth. That's a big part of the starseed mission. And so a lot of starseeds feel like they don't belong here, because you might even have past life memories of what life was like on your other planet or star system. Some planets were watery planets. Some, you know, were all like mer people and dolphins and whales and cetaceans, you know, all the cetaceans that we probably can't even imagine. So if you have a strong affinity for the ocean or those creatures, you may have had an incarnation on a watery planet, such as Sirius B or Mintonka. I don't know if you guys have heard of those. Another sign that you might be a starseed is you might feel like the black sheep of your family. You might feel like the outsider, the weird one, the one that like people don't really try to include you in things, or they don't try to understand you. They don't ask you a lot of questions because honestly, they're afraid of the answers. You know, like stars are like the risk takers. We try new things. We want to experience life fully on this planet because we know that it's special to be incarnated in a physical body and not, you know, most souls are just light. Not every soul gets a body. So we got bodies. Congratulations, everyone. That's a blessing right there. And so, you know, we kind of experience life differently than those who were not starseeds, right? Because we kind of want to live life to the fullest. So because of that, we get this label of black sheep. Another sign that you might be a starseed is if you're super interested in sci-fi topics or the stars, you're like into astronomy or astrology or Star Wars, or, you know, just like life on other planets is really interesting to you and you can't get enough of it. Or even like comets, when there's a comet or a solar flare, like all those cosmic events really pull you in. Another trait that you might be a starseed is you want to be in service. Like I said before, you work with animals, plants, trees, humans, and you just want to make things better. A lot of starseeds are super brilliant, complex thinkers, and you'll figure out a way to make a system better than it was or is, because we want to be efficient. We've been here before, we've done it before, we know there's a better way, and we don't like to waste time or energy. We want to improve things. So we're really here to improve things. And also another sign is you're highly empathic. So you might feel other people's pain or happiness or joy. You tap into the collective. You notice when the collective is sad or down or in fear. And that is so like important, you guys, because when that happens, you need to go up, right? So when the collective's in fear, we have to hold our light even higher to balance that imbalance. So this past week was like the week from hell. Sorry, YouTube. But there was a lot going on. There was the 2 hurricanes. There was the massive X9 class solar flares that we had. There was a comet. There was just a lot of fear, a lot of light codes coming, a lot of shifts. We're going through a shift. I'm not an astrologer, but there was a huge shift of like something's moving out of Pluto, and I was like, and it's been there for years. So we're going through a huge shift. Some even say we're at the fork in the road. There's 2 timelines happening, and we're at the fork in the road. So we're going through like a massive shift right now. Here's one of my favorite symptoms that you might be a starseed. You may have been born into a traumatic household, a dysfunctional, traumatic household. And why? Because it's the catalyst that made you who you are now. It's the catalyst that made you say, I'm going to get the heck out of here and I'm going to make things better. Or my kids are going to have a better experience. Or I'm going to be in service because these people need help. You know what I mean? So if we were all born into like cushy lives and we didn't have any challenges, you may not feel so motivated to jump up and go into service. So a lot of us, unfortunately, were born into these crazy households. And that also added to the black sheep thing, making us feel like black sheep, because justice is important to starseeds. Justice, things being fair and people being treated fairly is very important to us as well. Now, there's a lot of you in the room who are just purely transmuters of energy. So being a starseed doesn't mean you have to go into service, or you have to be a healer, or you have to be, working at a nonprofit. You could be a transmuter of energy, and all you have to do is show up. So you walk into a room, you've got so much light in your field that you start transmuting all the energy in that room. So you're kind of like a natural born alchemist. You may have friends who just want to be around you, or they tell you all their problems. And people say, oh, you're easy to talk to. It's like, why? Because they want to be in your energy field. They feel better, and they feel like that transmutation that you're doing when you're in their field. Does that make sense so far? Does anyone have any questions so far? You've probably all heard this before. You're all like experts in starseed stuff. Awesome. So now let's talk about the mission of starseeds. I did kind of touch on this earlier, but it's really like your mission here on Earth at this time is really to lift humanity, to lift the collective, to shine your light with everyone you come into contact with, to show more love and compassion. This world needs more love and compassion. So it's on our shoulders. Like, we have to be the leaders in this, right? Like, we have to be more loving and compassion, because that's what we're here to do. And it could be through healing, through education. Like I said, it could simply be by just showing up and being a good heart-centered listening friend. So, there's a lot of people who go to therapy, but therapy is like mostly listening, right? Therapists ask questions and listen, but you may not get that heart-centered listening. So No diss on any therapists in the room, but if you can be a heart-centered listening friend, that's such a huge gift right there to all your friends. Does that make sense? Because we love it. We love it when we feel heard and seen. So it's a nice gift to give that to those that we love as well. Another big mission is healing the planet, connecting with nature, hugging trees, planting trees, working with the animals and all areas of nature. It's really important as well because it like gives us our energy and it feeds us. So if you're in service, you're giving. Don't forget to give back and do self-love. My mother used to always say, you have to give and take, right? Life is a give and take. You can't just take, and you can't just give, because then you'll be worn out. So with starseeds in particular, I noticed like we give too much. So make sure you guys are giving back to yourselves, whether it's getting a massage, getting a pedicure, getting your hair done, going to some body of water and recharging with the water, or hugging a tree. Very important for you guys in this room. And everyone on YouTube. I didn't know I was going to be live streaming today. Okay, awesome. So how are some ways that we can kind of know that we're starseed? If we're not sure, maybe you're on the fence, you've kind of heard of it, but you're not really 100% sure. So cultivating your own self-awareness, right? These are some obvious things that you're probably already doing, things like meditation, journaling, dream work, talking to your guides, writing down your cosmic memories. If you have a dream and you're like, oh my God, I was sitting at a table with a gray alien and I don't know what it meant, but write it down. Because eventually you'll get enough of those dreams that you'll start to be able to put the puzzle pieces together. Another way is talking to your guides. If any of you in here are clairaudient, or you just have the gift of a guide who's constantly chattering in your ear, talk to them. Ask them, where are my starseed origins? Where am I from? Another way you could get a reading. Obviously, I do starseed readings. That's another kind of like quick way to find out. And then another thing you want to do often with your starseed is to do things that raise your vibration, right? Put yourself into positive energy. Do things that you love, like go dancing. If you love to dance, dance. If you love to put your feet in the water, put your feet in the water. If you love good food, that's another starseed thing. We love good food, good drinks. The pleasures in life are actually really important to us. Why? Because when you're in a light body, you don't get to experience all that stuff. But when you're here in the physical, like chocolate tastes better. Good food tastes really amazing. So really like treat yourself, because you came to Earth in this physical body to experience everything. Why? Because source energy, this is what I believe, God source energy is many within one, right? And we're all just a piece of that. We're like a particle, like a light orb from that source. And so God said, okay, you're going to go to Earth and you're going to experience living on a human planet in a human body. Send me back all the data. So you're constantly sending information packets up to source. Oh, I had this bat, got a flat tire. Or, oh, I went on this vacation to Hawaii and it was amazing. All of that data that you're collecting every single day, every moment, every time you make a free will decision, think of it as like you're experiencing that for source and you're sending that energy back. So really live life to the fullest. That's what I'm here to tell you. Live life to the fullest. Share your light with everyone you come into contact with. Increase your vibration, increase your positivity on the planet if you can. If you've been wanting to meditate every day, but you just haven't made the time for it, join a meditation group. find ways to get on your mission. And how do you know when you've kind of stumbled on your mission, but you're not really sure what your mission is? So first and foremost, your mission is to spread the light and to hold the light for humanity and to lift humanity. But now you might also have a more specific mission, like working with foster children, or working at such and such nonprofit, or saving stray dogs. What lights you up? What lights you up? Do you have a hobby or something that you're like, man, I wish I could do that. That would really light me up. But it's not in your field of the work you're doing every day. Like some people are here to be hospice nurses. They just came to help people cross over to the other side. And they don't do that full time, but maybe they did it once and it lit them up. And that's your path. That's what you're supposed to be doing. So you want to ask yourself, like, what should I be doing? So now, for those of you who suspect you might be a starseed, you've probably heard of some of the main types of starseeds we have here on Earth. So the main two that I would say are populating the Earth the most are Sirians and Pleiadians. Have you guys heard of them? No, yes, no. Okay, so the Sirians come from the Sirius star. So Sirius is the brightest star in the sky, neck and neck with the North Pole star, Polaris. Those two are the brightest stars. But Sirius has multiple planets in that star system, and many of the beings from that star system are here on Earth as humans to help go through this ascension. And the Sirians also helped develop Atlantis, ancient Egypt. So if you have a strong attraction to go to Egypt, or every time you see the pyramids or the Sphinx, you're like, oh my God, one of these days I'm going to get there. And you feel really drawn to Egypt, you could be Syrian because they helped seed that civilization thousands of years ago. And the Pleiadians, they come from a star cluster, also called the Seven Sisters, which is called the Pleiades, the name of that star cluster. So many beings are here from the Pleiades star system because they're kind of like watching over humanity right now to keep us safe. Believe it or not, there is a giant spiritual war happening in the cosmos over this planet and over humanity and what's going to happen with this planet. Earth is really a heaven. Like, this is heaven. And there's so much life here and there's so much beauty here that there's a lot of beings who want the resources from this planet. And some of those resources are gold, metals, oil, but also our light, humanity's light. So the Pleiadians and the Sirians and the Arcturians, actually there's a lot of beings watching over us. We're all kind of like under a microscope, literally being watched all the time to see which way we're going to tip the scales. If we tip the scales this way, we go up. If we tip the scales the other way, we don't. So I brought some pictures. This is probably kind of hard to see, but these are some of the ancient Lyrans, some of the blue avians, some of the other Lyrans. The ancient Lyrans are said to have seeded humanity here on this planet, and they come from the star system called Lyra. You can look it up on your astronomy maps. Lyra is there. Unfortunately, the planet Vega that was there got destroyed billions of years ago by a conquering race, and they had to flee. So many Lyrans or Lyrans, depending on how you say it, ended up moving to Sirius or the Pleiades or other star systems because they had to flee. It's kind of like in the Superman movie when they were going to blow up the planet, they threw Superman in the shuttle to save their race. Well, that's what they had to do. from Lyra. You may have also heard of the Arcturians from the star system called Arcturus. There's the Sirians and Pleiadians. And the Arcturians are really beautiful beings. They're 7th, 8th, and 9th dimensional beings. They're mostly made of light. They rarely show up in the physical because they're at such a higher vibratory rate. So you can think of energy, everything is energy, right? Everything is vibration. Everything is moving. And it's like when you look at a ceiling fan and you can't see the blades anymore because it's spinning too fast, that's how their vibration is. It's moving too fast so we can't see it with the physical eye. But if they chose to slow it down, then maybe we could see it. So these beings are here. They're here to kind of oversee the planet and humanity. They're doing a lot of work behind the scenes. I have a really good friend who's a Arcturian hybrid, and she tells me all the time, yeah, we have a mothership planted right outside of the planet. They're always watching us and protecting us because there are star seeds, star beings who are more on the malevolent side, not the benevolent side. And they want to make this more of a prison planet than it is already. And so there's forces of light who are trying to stop that. So just know that you're here on mission. You guys have a strong mission. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is for you to get online and do your work as a starseed and start touching everyone. Remember in E.T. how his little finger lit up? That's what you guys have to be. You have to be little E.T. to when you touch everyone's heart, you light them up. Sounds simple, right? So how do we do that? We have to work on our own stuff. We have to work on our own trauma, our own shadow, which is why energy healing work is important. Meditation is important. Clearing your auric field every day. It's so intense right now. You guys should be clearing your field every day, every morning. Before you leave the house, clear your field. Every night, before you get in your bed, clear your field. How many of you are doing that already? Not enough. Okay, this side of the room, you guys got to get to work. Do you know how to do it? Can I walk you through a quick exercise? Yeah, it's very simple. So we wrote this prayer. Can I share the prayer? That would be kind of cool. So I recently had the privilege of watching a channeler who channels Hecate. Hecate is an ancient goddess who is in charge of the moon and magic and other things. And that week of hell we had last week, I went through some stuff. I had a couple psychic attacks. A lot of people went through psychic attacks last week. So I asked her, I said, how do we, protect ourselves when we think we're in good company, but actually they have cruelty in their hearts and they're not of the light and they're disconnected from source. How do we know? And so my friend Maddie here also channels Hecate, and together we wrote this prayer. So you guys who do meditate and do healing, you close your eyes and you put a bubble of protection around you, right? To protect your field. Well, this kind of takes it to another level. So I thought it was really cool. So I'm going to share it with all of you today because I think everyone should be doing this. I love being on this journey because you're constantly learning. Okay, so here's the prayer. It goes like this. I call upon the universal, iridescent, and infinite shield of God's source energy to come alive and surround me. So as you're saying that, you're visualizing like a suit. Instead of just a ball, now it's a suit that fits you like Edna in The Incredibles. You know, she made those cool suits for them. And it's kind of like tailored to your shape. And it moves. It comes alive and it reacts and it moves. It's not static. Syncing my energy while adapting to and reading all the energies that I encounter. I humbly ask that Archangel Michael assist me now and that this shield be encoded with my divine energetic signature and protect me from any lower vibrational energies and beings who are disconnected from source. That's the key word, disconnected from source, and who intend to cause harm or who hold cruelty in their intention. It is done, it is done, it is done. So that's a long version. I'm going to rewrite it into a shorter version because I want people to be able to just say it like on the fly. But when you're doing it, just visualize. I call in my light shield armor. Visualize it wrapping around your body, okay, and moving with you. So when you move, it moves. You set the intention, you command it to read and react to all the energy you come into contact with, okay? And that is going to give you your spiritual discernment. Because, like, how do you know who you're interacting with? You want to interact with beings who are not going to cause harm. That's number one, right? And so that having that fluidity of your field, your shield, or your armor will help you with spiritual discernment. Spiritual discernment is really important right now as we go through this ascension. I can't emphasize that enough. It's really important that you're really discerning with who you entangle with, who you allow in your energy field. So keep your light bright, keep your light shining. I think I have 5 more minutes. Who would like to do an activation with me? Another quick 5-minute activation meditation to activate your starseed family, your starseed self, so that in the next coming days or weeks, you will start to know exactly who you are and where you belong. Would everyone like to do that today? Yeah? Okay, awesome. I was hoping you said yes. If you didn't, I did a bad job. Okay, awesome. So I'm just going to wing it. So here we go. Close your eyes, uncross your legs, sit up straight. Take another deep breath in through the nose, breathing all the way down into your lower belly. So really feel it, feel your lower belly rise and fall. And exhale. Connecting into your third eye chakra, bringing your awareness and your attention to your third eye. This is a third eye chakra activation bowl. Now you can repeat after me if you would like to receive this activation today. Dear God, Source Energy, I call upon my higher self and my higher selves and many within one. I am open to receiving any information that is for my highest and best. I call upon my star seed family, my star soul family. And I invite them to give me the downloads, the divine light code. That I need to fully activate my purpose. Please let me hear the whispers, feel the breeze every time my star soul family comes around. Knowing that I am safe, I am protected, and I am a divine light being. I am here to lift humanity. I am here to take care of the planet. And I am here to spread love and light to all beings. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of the beings who came in and surrounded us today and kept us held in beautiful light. Thank you to all of you beautiful souls for coming here and coming to my talk today and say, now it is done, it is done, it is done. Beautiful. And when you're ready, just open your eyes. How's everybody feeling? Good? Awesome. So I have a moment to take a few quick questions. I also have a booth here, like Tangela mentioned. I'm like way back in the corner of the main room. I have my crystal jewelry, I have my oils, and if you guys want to sign up for a starseed reading, I'm doing a special for the show. It's $20 off. But I am asking that you sign up, and we can do it next week on Zoom, because I like to give you my full attention, and I don't like to feel split when I'm here. So it's it's 60 to 90 minutes. We go into a lot of detail. You can ask all the questions, and you get a recording, which is priceless. And I've been doing these starseed readings for many years, and I can tell you the feedback I get is that it changes your life, because like you feel like more in your purpose. It's like you step into your purpose, you know who you are, and everything just becomes crystal clear. It's kind of like when you go to get your astrology chart done, and you've got that like greater understanding of why you are the way you are, why you're, going through something at this time. So it's kind of, I like to say it's like an astrology reading. So anyone have any questions? Feedback? Yes, ma'am. Light language? Yes, I am. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, light language can come in often through a vocal activation where you're speaking it or singing it. It can also come through a written, artistic activation where you're drawing like codes and stuff. It comes in, and then there's those who do hand. It's almost like Reiki, where they're healing with light codes with their hands. So it can come in many different forms. Yeah, are you having a light language activation? That's awesome. May I ask which one you're experiencing? Yeah. Which one? Yeah. But which form? Like, is it the speaking? Oh, okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you're probably as Anyone else have any other questions? Hi.
Hi, thank you. How often do we need to do some clearing and cleansing?
That's it.
We usually do like smudging and different essences.
Yeah. That's a great question. I love speaking about that topic because I also do space clearing. And so I work with sage, Palo Santo, and frankincense resin. So they're very different in my opinion. Now, you guys may not agree, but this is the way I think about it. So a lot of Native Americans would use sage to call in their ancestors, right? So it can be used for clearing, but it's mostly used to call in spirits. So you could be calling in spirits, especially if you're not setting an intention when you work with sage. I think of sage as like a daily ritual, like if I'm going to go into a meditation and I just want a quickie clearing of my field, and to call in my guides, I'll use sage. If there's some kind of heaviness in the house or negative energy or toxic energy, maybe there's a lot of bickering or fighting or things just aren't flowing, then I would move to Palo Santo. And I would probably do that every day until it clears up. And make sure you open the windows after. And then the third thing is frankincense resin. So frankincense resin to me is the highest frequency healing tool of the three smudging things. And you know, if any of you went to Catholic Church, it's what the priests burned down the aisles because they knew it would get rid of the demons and the archons and all the lower vibrational energies. So if you've got any paranormal stuff or a lot of illness or a lot of bickering, fighting, drug use, alcohol use, anything super heavy in your household, use frankincense resin. And I sell smudge kits too at my booth. So I like the frankincense resin when, like, my daughter's pretty psychic, if you will. She can see spirits and stuff like that. So if she says, "Mommy, I saw da da da," I whip out the frankincense. I don't even mess around with sage or Palo Santo. I just take out the frankincense and you go through each room with a feather and you say your prayers. This is important too. Don't say, "I don't want such and such. I don't want low energies. I don't want demons." No, you say what you want. So this space may only allow higher angelic frequency beings. This space is only to be used for my highest and best good. This space is allowed to have, you know, God's first energy, angels, Mother Mary, whoever you work with, Jesus, whoever you work with, call them in. Christ consciousness. This space can only allow Christ consciousness energy. Keep it focused on the positive, and you want the room to get really smoky, like really velvety, smoky, and then you open all the windows after about 5 minutes. It has to go outside. You don't have to. I don't do that, but what I do is I put like obsidian outside in the four corners of the house or near the front door or the back door. So I would buy like some nice big chunks of obsidian or tourmaline and put them outside your doors in the four corners of your property. If you live in an apartment building and you don't have land, put them near the entrances and the exits and the windows. So any black stone that's a real stone is great for keeping away any negative energy.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Yeah, any other questions? They haven't kicked us out, so we can take like another question. Yes, ma'am. My booth is in the corner of the main room, so when you walk in, go all the way to the back, and I'm on the left side. Thank you so much. That's a great question. Yeah, I have a couple of smudge kits left. I have frankincense, Palo Santo, sage, and all my oils. And if you want to sign up for a Starseed reading, come to the booth because that's how you get the 20%, $20. Okay? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Enlightenment Expos. We're excited to have you guys here and hope you can stay with us all weekend because we have so many amazing talks and experiences planned. And of course, we do these Enlightenment Expos all over California, Arizona, Nevada. And we do this one in Scottsdale every 3 to 4 months. So we'll be back in January, so stay tuned for that. And also stay connected with us. You can join our Facebook group, and also you can watch all of our shows on SoulSearch TV, which is our conscious content streaming channel, and it's available for free on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, Android TV, and online. So you guys can watch some of those shows as well. And I am very excited to be introducing Charlie Lamson. He is a sacred fire alchemist and master teacher and energy healer. And he also has a booth over there, so you can always go chat with him later. But through much trial and error and his own personal experiences throughout his life, he has developed this holy fire, sacred fire healing, where he works with the different fires given to us by the celestial and angelic realms for our own transformation, empowerment, and ascension. And working with these flames can really support you in your own life, transforming and also being able to magnetize what it is that you desire. And Charlie is also my husband, so he helps me a lot with everything here in SoulSearch. So thank you for being such a great husband.
And my work was such a great
So I hope you all enjoy this activation and teaching session with Charlie. And well, Charlie, thank you so much.
All right, so as she said, my name is Charlie. My experience into coming into this remembrance process was directly from the Godhead. It started coming back to me that all these masters and everybody are our brothers and sisters, and they were all teaching me to go to the I Am Presence for everything. And so in my days, my awakening was not like a beautiful thing. I didn't just start seeing angels. I started seeing the demons and all these different things first, and had to learn how to like neutralize everything within my energy. Remember that these are all coming up out of us somehow. They're all part of us. And using the sacred fire as I would become aware of something and would not let myself go into fear, something would come into me, like I said, to invoke, a certain presence of a violet flame or golden flames. These different flames that are our 7 primary colors have different attributes. Right now, collectively and over the entire earth, the most prevalent flame being used to speed everything up is this violet flame. Okay, this, on a global scale, it is beginning to dissolve and transmute all the effluvia of tens or hundreds of thousands of years worth of negative thought forms and energy that has been just trapped here, because so many people and beings in existence over the course of, God, 4 million years, okay, has forgotten who they are, and that every thought is a lie. It's a piece of our soul. It's a piece of our consciousness. And then when we cross out of our bodies, we go home, and all these thought forms just keep stacking up with dirty earth, right? And so this is what's generated this for a long time, since the flood, is just horse and buggy, cows and carts, and just very strife and heavy, dense energy until like 100 years ago when this flame was really brought back into the earth. Our, what's come to me now is like our great central sun, the parents of our sun, is projecting this violet. It's like an ultraviolet light you have in the hospital. It's working in our whole solar system. Doesn't matter who's president, doesn't matter any of this, nothing can stop this light. As we move in, that's just like a little thing to pull us apart a little bit, but nothing can stop it, and you're going to start feeling and seeing the evolution start kickstarting. Okay, we went from 1,000 carts for 15,000 years to then all of a sudden we had a train, a plane, and now we got scramjets and space shuttles in the last minute. All right, and all that's going to keep accelerating exponentially until all spirit, all of our mind power just unifies with everything. All right, this is like they spoke about the 12 tribes of Israel. Like every different path is starting to come together under that one truth. That I am, that I am. Every alien, it doesn't matter if you're into UFOs or into religion, into these things, everybody's starting to see that they all are coming from one source. Okay, and that awareness is what's going to bring people together. And there's never going to be people outside ourselves that are going to bring us together. It's like our awareness of that we are all one. It's not just a nice thing to say. Like we actually are one being. Okay, and so this is where you begin to use this presence to correct things in your life. There's one that once you know and you understand that you are an aspect of God, then you wield the full scepter, you wield this full power, if you but believe that you do, okay, in your lives. Whether it's for your manifestation or your dreams coming true, or to bless the earth. I would suggest that every time your angels tickle your nose and sneeze and you're all by yourself, start blessing yourself, start blessing your earth. Because the one barrier is that all the help from the universe, from the angels, from the masters, from God, must come from the octave that the requirement is needed. They can't just send it through like intervention unless it's like a catastrophic event. There's things that we don't need to talk about that's been avoided through that, but we would never know that was actually done. But we need to invoke our own blessing. We need to use the power of our voice for our own healing, for our comfort, and know that you're all worthy of nations and all the kingdoms. This is why we're here, is to remember that. And as each one of us begins remembering of what we are worthy of, we're spreading it like an antidote. So it starts once you become where it's no longer believing, but you're actually experiencing the power of your mind with focused energy. Okay, magic is nothing but laws of nature manifesting. Okay, all these things in an old energy. That's where the wizards and magicians would have to spend days on visualizing and doing all stuff to make it happen. But we're not in those days anymore. All right, these are the days that when the ancients would talk about tribulation, which is not judgment from heaven. It means that everything we think about starts happening really fast. The laws of cause and effect rebound on us now instead of like 3 lifetimes from now. Okay, and we're starting to become aware of this. And once you can like catch it and start becoming aware of your thoughts, aware of the negative self-talk, all these different things, you can start stopping it. In the beginning, it's like stopping the train because we've got probably 100 lifetimes of thinking we're powerless and all of these things, and it's all sort of coming. We're here to, like Superman, and stop that train on the tracks and then start pushing it in the right direction, where we are no longer reacting, but we're creating. Okay, we didn't come here to be reactors to everything, but that was the test. That was the initiation. We're all under it. We agreed to come here. People would be like, why the hell did I come here? Why, if I was a heavenly being, why would I come and go through all this? But the thing is because this is the only place we can learn and grow in these ways. All right, and to play the part without emotions when it comes to enemies through the ages, to like not hold the judgment in your heart against things like in this modern age, wars and earthquakes and politicians and all this kind of stuff. It's not for us to judge. We get to play the part, but with the likeness of spirit. Go vote for who you want, but don't feel like this is going to make or break. Do you understand? Everybody is one. Bless everyone. Okay? And when you start doing this, you start feeling a change in the electronic frequencies within your body. The electrons start spinning and harmonizing throughout your whole system. Okay? And one day in this lifetime, you are going to see millions of people walking around Earth that generate a massive light halo, an aura around them that you can see with your physical eyes. Okay, and that's like sooner than later. Everything right now seems to be speeding up. Okay, and just like a rapid detox, it's a lot of kicking and screaming for a few years, but it's like getting everything to the surface, all over the earth, and then we're moving forward. Do we have any questions before we get started? And if not, please feel free to like think up questions. And at the end, I want to guide you guys through a quick like a meditation that I do to reconnect with my I am presence. Okay, it's very simple. Just we'll relax and I bring you guys into your own hearts. Okay, your own temple of God. Okay, the women, you guys will see your goddess presence sitting on the throne, and you're just going to learn how to allow yourself to be purified in your temple so that all of your atoms and electrons merge, okay, with your higher presence. That's your eternal self. But it is like when we're bridging into the higher dimensions, we know the reason we don't do it all the time is because we're sort of, it's like boiling water. Okay, but sooner or later, when we hit the right frequency, there's more viscosity, right? And so this is a practice that I use to begin teaching my students, and I use it myself to spend time letting my consciousness absorb the I am consciousness, okay? And there's steps to go through with you, okay? But why don't we start off? I want to tune the room by just doing like 3 or 4 ohms and then 3 almighty I am. Okay, knowing that you're speaking in the voice of your own presence, and then you're just gonna just relax. Right? Just relax and see my voice. There's nothing to do. Just kind of feel like a little girl, little boy, just in your imagination, and just follow along. Okay. All right. So let's do 3 ohms, and then we'll do almighty I am. Almighty I am, Almighty I am, Almighty I am. Almighty I am, Almighty I am, Almighty I am. Almighty I am, Almighty I am, Almighty I am. Just relax. Bring your attention in on the breath. Simply observing any sensations you may be having in the physical body. Perhaps breeze around the skin, anything. Just observe as an observer as we take our consciousness within. Feel your consciousness now moving up on and in through your nose, igniting between the brow and the third eye, bridging your consciousness into the spine with your eyes closed. 3, 2, 1. Anchored into that God eye, thy single eye. You begin flowing down the spine into the heart chakra. On every breath, you feel this heart flame begin to expand. Observing any sensations, any colors you may see behind your eyes as you're observing. And now you begin forward effortlessly as you're almost floating down this beautiful white marble sidewalk, inlaid with gold in between the bricks, gold leaf trim on intricate carving banister as we walk through nature. Beautiful forest, and this beautiful white marble and gold path. Take notice if you see any animals that come to you. It is your kingdom. Feel the love that you are emanating out. For this is your creation. This is one of your favorite spots to come when you go take your times of rest in the physical plane. Feel how much easier it is to breathe here. How it's like exerting no energy to walk through this beautiful path, winds, through valleys. It's almost like you can effortlessly cross miles, open fields with sunflowers, the great valley of the roses, valley of the lilies, and then up over a crest into a glorious valley of the vines. As you move through this beautiful energy, you feel the flowers emanating as living beings charging your aura with violet energy. It feels so transmuting and transforming any discordances that may have plagued you or burdening you at all, from the slightest to the biggest. Observe how this beautiful violet white energy these flowers send to you and surround you with their little elemental directors, like little fairies, beginning to fly around and project these violet colors around you. Observe the sensations you may be feeling. And now, as you come back into a glorious forest, you begin seeing great big golden doors, where this trail begins to come to an end. You can see these golden doors as like emanating their own light. Take note of any symbols or sigils that may pop into your mind to be etched into this door. Knowing also this is part of your soul rituals. As you move closer in, all these doors, 33 feet tall in stature, 11 feet wide on each side, they open effortlessly as you begin to move in as if they are alive. As you walk into this immense and glorious building, you come to see this is an immense temple that is bigger than anything you could ever conceive of on earth. A great hall where the statues of angels that are lying beside the wall are bigger than the Statue of Liberty, and there are hundreds of them. But in this essence, you move effortlessly, great distance. You begin noticing the walls are glowing in different colors, as if a living glass or a living crystal light beginning to emanate through it. And first, you are bathing in this beautiful emerald energy that is being projected from the very walls and the floor A little hint of golden rays also. Move forward, and you see there's a spot, a gigantic tile, that is emanating a beautiful emerald flame out of the floor. Intuitively, you know you must go stand in this. And so you stand there, and it engulfs you, it encompasses you, it is very blissful. There's no heat, only frequency. As you move through this flame, you move towards a glorious threefold flame that is blazing out of an altar down this corridor. You find yourself standing in front of this flame that is about 22 feet tall. A great golden flame in the center, an electric blue cobalt flame to the right, an electric pink flame to the left. This is a glorious living flame, the core of your consciousness in this human embodiment. As you stand there, you begin to understand that this is an aspect of you, this living flame. And the flame begins wisping over towards you and directing its energy in, through, and all around your body for about 17 seconds. Take note and observe of any feelings you may be having in your physical body out here, while holding the vision within. As you stand in this flame, the veils begin dissolving over your eyes, as if the radio channel within your third eye is beginning to elevate. And you take note of much more detail about this time. You begin to see that it is filled with all the other aspects of yourself, going about their business. And there is an immense throne of your Goddess presence now standing ahead of you. He or she sits in a stature of approximately 9 feet tall. They were to stand up in this golden throne. You immediately recognize this as your true self. Allow those thought patterns to sink in. You come from the one, and your individualized presence is part of that one. So therefore, you notice these glorious angels that you never could have even comprehended, standing and surrounding the glorious cherubim that stand around this throne as like protectors or advisors to you. And as you step out of the threefold flame, you feel your atomic structures speeding up. And in an instant, you begin merging right from an atomic level, almost like stardust. You turn into stardust and you merge into your ion presence. Three, two, one. Open your eyes and understand that you're seeing through your ion presence's eyes within this time. Observe the sensations as the ion presence begins working through your cells, organs. We visualize ourselves merging with the presence, but in reality, the presence within your heart is beginning to expand out through and all around you, working in every molecule, every system. You may even feel the crown on your head, like a subtle weight. Feel and know your own power. Feel and remember what it is like to know nothing but perfection. Almost effortlessly, you synchronize with your presence. It begins commanding, I am the only power actor. I am the only power director. I am the only activity within this body. Allow the decrees and affirmations to come forth through your mind. If you write your own affirmations, put yourself into your God consciousness. When you do them, and watch the magic unfold. And now, as you sit there in this amount of time, in a timeless space of reality, you begin finding yourself rematerializing as another individualized piece of your I am presence. You feel the love of your presence as they hold the scepter of truth in front of you, emanating beautiful streams of gold into your body, into your consciousness. Great armor of victory, of a cosmic golden flame, crystalline, sparkling in nature. Look at these particles start forming great golden armor on your arms, hands, chest plates, and breathe. Now you find yourself moving back through the temple, back down the trail, starting to come to that familiarity that's your body here. Moving up through into the third eye. And then feel your consciousness all around you now. You come into the room, moving your arms and your hands, but still observing if you felt any sensations, anything like this, to hold that consciousness as if you are still sitting in your God consciousness while you are here. And sooner or later, we will learn how to hold that consciousness all day, every day, and we won't have to go to meditations to like reconnect with this. It takes practice, but it's real. It's like Bible. Here, this is the phase of evolution we are going through. That is self-realization, well, collectively. We've gone through processes like this in times, but it was done outside of society, where we didn't have to deal with the collective mind. All right, what makes it unique of what we're doing here in our evolution now is that we are doing it within the collective. Okay, the viscosity was so, or the oil and water, I guess you could say, was so dense before that if you really were going to pursue a spiritual resurrection and an ascension, we had to do it like in the Himalayas or, somewhere in some secret society or a mystery school, because we had to separate our consciousness. And now we do this, and many people here have actually gone through the process before. All right, and now what makes this unique is that we're doing group ascensions, collective ascensions. You're going to see pockets of people coming into their gifts in the next 10 years. Like a whole other level of gifts, where it's not calling yourself a healer, it's just the presence of God that's around you just heals people like the garments of Jesus kind of energy, because it's just knowing you, because your form knows nothing but perfecting frequencies. And this is where we're going. But right now, it's that bridge where we're being forced to change our diets, and it's nothing anybody wrote in a book. It's like every body we have is different. And we're like having to learn how to listen to our body when we're at the grocery store and we want to order. But know that your bodies are also coming alive. They recognize the body as a separate being, recognize that the presence is awakening. Like daddy's come home. Kind of energy, and they're like, finally, they've just been going about the business of keeping our body alive, waiting for that day that the commander is coming back, and we can start taking command of ourselves, our everything, and start telling it that it's eternally youthful. I am perfect. Our higher selves don't know anything about getting old. They watch us go through all of it, but they don't get it. They're just like, okay. And so we're at that point in history where we're beginning to realize, and it takes a bridge of faith for sure. It takes a lot of understanding what you dream of. But when you start seeing the little things start manifesting in your life that you have command of, understanding that reality is also an extension of your body, that it is also talking to you. When you start you start commanding your perfect parking spot, everyone. Stuff that you have no resistance to, you don't really care where you park. But all of a sudden you find out every single place you go, there's some lady backing out right next to the handicap spot. Hey, you still got 2 hours on the meter. And then it just keeps happening over and over. And you're like, I did that. And then you're like, what else can I do? And you start building off those little things until you understand you're commanding everything. And then even then, when the things that come in that you don't want, you're like, wait a minute. I remember when I said that. I did do that. I did say I was never going to make my rent on time, or something like this. And all of a sudden, it's like you're struggling for your rent. So even if you're struggling for your rent or your mortgage, any bills, just like, my bills are always paid. God pays my bill, like that. Start using that innocence of a child is like a superpower, all right? When you can daydream and not really care how it unfolds, it starts happening. And like, I'm living proof. I was always in jail. I was a drug addict. I was mowing lawns, cutting trees down, struggling every second of my life. But then all of a sudden, I wasn't. It was like, and it wasn't, it seems like forever when it's happening. But when I look back, it's like, that looked all happening 5 years. Like everything just like transformed, and it was by command and decree. And I really didn't even know if I had full faith. I didn't even know if I was worthy of even asking for anything. But angels were coming to me, and like goddesses were, in my in-between dreams, and I'd go to sleep listening to music and waking up listening to Archangel Michael's self-mastery courses on my phone. I was like, what is going on? And they just started to say, get up and do all these things, and just say it. Just say it. You must say it every day. Every day's like a whole new creation, and the doors are closed again. So that's why it's not about having to go and worship. It's just open the doors. Open the doors. Give your glory to God, love God with all your heart. And it's not because it's got an ego that it needs all that love. It needs us to send it up so it can send it back tenfold. It's like a cause and effect. And you start understanding this, because our own human consciousness is not bound to anybody. I'm not doing any of this kind of stuff. But that's not what it's about. It's about understanding that that opens the door to come in. We invoke our angels, love your angels, love whatever masters or religions, anybody that you guys have, just like give them that love. If they're in your consciousness, that is who's with you, right? It's like there's a reason that certain people or certain ancient ones will be in your consciousness, or certain angels or gods and goddesses, these kind of things, but they are our brothers and sisters. And then, but when we open the door, then the I am presence to really help us. And like everything, like you have your angels of purity and then angels of protection and things like this. All these beings have like mastered a certain thing, right? They are not jacks of all trades. They are masters. And so just like we are learning how to focus our energy and master some kind of frequency to really work with, and it's our choice. We're starting here to become eventually gods and goddesses. Jesus told us we were gods and goddesses in embryo. Like we are here to become unbreakable. Okay, whether it's in relationships, jobs, or losing everything, we're here to like be okay no matter what happens, because one day we will be the creators of the world. We will be sending 10 billion life streams of our own energy onto a planet to evolve, and then we start evolving 10 billion life streams at a time and creating galaxies, and it goes on and on and on. But that's how the universe expands. And right here, it's like, you know. And then we start learning higher mastery. Nobody's ever woke, so get that. We're always awakening, even to another level, to another level, to another level, to another level. So it's a profound time to be here. Somebody have any questions? Anything coming up? Anything going on in anybody's lives? Looking for clarity on? You guys are all surrounded by angels. Go ahead.
Those 5 years
Well, I had experiences. My guides I didn't understand that it was my guides coming to me, but I was having extremely vivid dreams. Back in like 2014, I started having the real catalyst that pushed me forward, that completely like got me going, is I had this like vision. I was brought to this very dark thing. My awakening was not, it wasn't like an amazing kind of moment. It was like I had to see the absolute darkness of the earth. And so my guides were bringing me, I knew I was protected, there was no fear, but to observe like a lot of these like ceremonies that a lot of people that we have made false idols of were performing. And so like I immediately had like made this like kind of contract to take the place of this child and experience it. And then after I left that body, I jumped back into my physical body and then claimed for my power, because I saw it like destroyed me. It was like I guess it's like coming across the red-headed stepchild. You know, you finally have to look at the shadows of everybody that you put up on a pedestal. And so like at that moment, because I was my emotions were not balanced. I was still like a drug addict. I was still all this stuff, but it was like pre-planned awakening strategies or something. So my guides like actually came into my physical presence and put me right back to sleep before I kept, because I would have like burned down New York City and Washington, D.C. all in one swipe if I had. At that moment, I would have called down meteors or something. It was horrific. And so they brought me, and then so I went, remembered, oh, this is all like a dream. Somehow it was me staying asleep, was letting everything get so bad in my reality, or something like this. And then I had an experience with Jesus, where they brought me. It took me a while, just like we had to integrate ourselves into the I Am presence. I went through these different planes of existence where there was like priestesses that were doing like Reiki or something on me, but I had no idea what any of this was. I didn't know there was other people like me now on the earth. I thought I was the only one to talk to angels. I didn't know what was going on. And so Jesus was just like, so I ran up to him, I was like, did you see what they're doing down there? You know, like a little kid didn't know. He's just like, calm down, peace, be still. He did all these things that are so like, I always felt like it was so cliche, but it drove this like peace through every electron of my body. And he says, we've got this. He's like, this is like, so they gave me the screen, and I don't remember exactly what was shown, but I came back into my body like a little more balanced. And then a process began. All of a sudden, I was a hermit for a long time. You know, I was alone. Even if I tried dating, it was just simply like not working. I tried online dating, and messages would erase before I could send it. Like I was like divinely not being able to like do this. And then I moved forward, and then the next major awakening. So then I knew that, okay, these guys got this. Whatever's going on in the earth, there's actually a higher plan unfolding. And then I had an experience where I was on the astral plane and fighting monsters and all this kind of stuff, and I was coming back into my body. I remember like running through a forest, and then I was waking up, but I had like sleep paralysis. I couldn't move my body. And I instantly knew that that's because I wasn't in my body yet, even though I felt like I was in my body. And then this being that I was actually fighting in my dream or in the astral plane was like, I saw, he started materializing, it was like holding me by the shirt. And it was like this gigantic werewolf with like armor and all this stuff. And I remember like, because I couldn't move, I couldn't fight, I couldn't do anything. So the only thing I thought to do was like, just think of Jesus as me. And instead of coming in and blasting this monster off of me, he filled me with laughter. He like charged me with like humor, and I started laughing hysterically. And then this being let me go, and it started laughing with me. And now I'm sitting on my bed with this monster that's like has to dunk in my room. We're both laughing. He said, and then it like he started talking, and in this great big like thunderous astral plane voice, I am not attacking you. I need you to set me free. I'm bound to you somehow. Like it was like a part of me. It was one of my thought forms I probably put out there 10,000 years ago. But these things, these thought forms, when they go on these other planes, are evolving. They don't die. They don't die and cross over. They just keep getting older. They gain wisdom. Some of them think they're goddesses. Some of them think they're beings. Some, like they are whatever we programmed them to be. But these beings are man-made. So I instantly like. Well, just to be safe, I called in Archangel Michael and Mother Mary and Jesus, and then I started praying for this thing's freedom. And I watched it like dematerialize and go up into like a higher energy. So when that happened, I understood that like hell and all these different realms are humans making. Like they're part of us. It's all part of us. And so I started praying, not to, but praying for everything I was ever scared of. Everything that I was ever dogmatic, and let the angels deal with it. So I did not have to take responsibility. I just had to open the door to let these things go. And then that's when the comprehension truly began opening up. Right after that, because I think it gets the attention of the higher beings when you're actually doing that kind of work. And so like I was always surrounded. I mean, I couldn't see them, but I knew that all of a sudden I had like a whole entourage around me waiting for me to pray for things. And then I would sort of see like entities or things like that were around people, but they were still wanting to be healed. Even the entities wanted to go home. They wanted to, so like they would sort of show themselves, and they knew that I would not be afraid of them. Or so it's like almost like being a diplomat or something, It's like not choosing a side and just praying for the freedom, and commanding their freedom, this kind of thing, commanding, because a lot of their hosts were actually addicted to them or something, like people would not let them go. And so I was going through that kind of work, and at the same time I started getting very clear, like clairaudience from, it was actually Kuan Yin. Okay, who I know nothing about. All of a sudden, there's this Asian goddess in my dreams, and like, and she's like, say this. She's like, I'm on the karmic board, and you are done. We want to lift all of your karmic energy, but you must command it. Sounds good to me. So I woke up and I started like, first I put it out, and I began commanding that my karma be gone, and all. I called on the laws of karma, the karmic board, all these things that she had put into my consciousness. And all of a sudden, all the addictions were gone. It's like I forgot that I even had. I went, all of a sudden, weeks later, I was like, wait, I haven't done any drugs. I haven't even had any cigarettes. I was like, I started freaking out. Like, I need a cigarette, right? And they're like, I have a cigarette. It was like, just like I was a teenager, like, I hurt my throat. It was as if I was in a different body that had never smoked. And so I was like, oh, I see how this works. And then I started understanding that time is not real. You can go back, and you got a bad birthday party when you were 10, you can start going, you didn't get the present you wanted, you can start going back and start whispering in your mom's ear, like, and if it was traumatic, I was like, I can see how this works, And so like, so basically, but it was from the innocence of a child. When I lost all the fear of the bad guys and the good guys, and I just started being more, like even thinking of myself as an ambassador or a diplomat in this way to unify everything and understand that everything is I am, right? Everything, it might have come from all the negative thought forms that we think about just come from the ones behind the veil. right? It's not, they're not created like, they're not created by God. I guess you could say they're created by aspects of God that forget that they're aspects of God. Okay, and this happens everywhere. That's why we get these, where people will talk about these, the Empire Strikes Back, like these galactic kind of, you'll hear all these different stories, but even on these planes and dimensions, this unification is happening. And just like all the people on the earth, like not all of any race is bad, and not all of any race is good. It's the same with all the stars, and it's, it's like we can't categorize and just keep blessing the ones that are not getting it, and pray that they're part of the divine plan. It's happening, ready or not. Anybody else have questions? Yes, thanks for being here and listening to it. You would have told me 3 years ago that I'd be sitting in front of a room telling this story. I told you you're crazy. Even though I was convinced I was okay with okay, if I'm talking to angels, and I'm a hermit, so this is like my life now. I'm actually crazy. I was like, okay, I'm good with that. I was like, I still wasn't convinced. I was like, I knew it was real to me, but I was like, this is all it. Yes, that's what it was. What was different too, because in my teenagers, I did psychedelics. I did all that stuff. I love to play with different realities and things like that. But then this was something else. When the divine comes through, it also comes with a feeling. It feels like home. And then all of a sudden, I started magnetizing. As a masculine, we're not organically the ear to God. Okay, the feminine has always been when you're in a twin couple or a divine couple, like Isis and Osiris, or Jesus and Mary. It's always the women are very psychic. You guys have women's intuition. You have the mother's intuition, all that stuff. So you're always very psychic, even if you don't really know anything. Okay, but then when you fine tune it, you have a very strong connection. For me, being a masculine and coming into this, I could hear these things, but I needed more understanding. I needed more mind power in it. So I started being magnetizing all the Ascended Master teachings from the Bridge to Freedom, the I Am Journals, and it was starting to correct formulas in my brain and to be able to masterfully think. It was okay, I understand how to think like a master. Jesus said, "Be as I am." He said, "Don't follow. Be as I am. Do as I do." And this is sort of what we are learning. And I think it also, he said, there's not one thing you hear me say or see me do that you will not one day do it. I'm here to show you who you are. And the same as Buddha, the same as Big Krishna. We coming in these cycles to show us, but they come in born as a son of man and remember who they are. They go through the process and then reflect who we all are. And it anchors into the consciousness of everything, into every electron, not just the people, it anchors into the electrons of the earth, the air, everything. Every time somebody charges that, goes through an ascension process from the lower consciousness to a higher consciousness, those memories and the experience of that gets anchored into every man, woman, and child. And every animal, every elemental being, every angelic being that's evolving on the earth plane, and every star, okay, because ultimately, we also, most people that are actually on the earth right now have ancient souls that are older than us. Okay, we came here because it's the earth's turn to go through a shift of ages that she only gets a shot at for 4.5 million years in our, and we missed it last time. So we ended up taking in all these other what we call laggard souls, not bad souls, but just souls that couldn't ascend. The whole universe moves up an octave every 4.5 million this cycle, where third dimension's moving to fourth dimension, fourth dimension moving to fifth dimension. It's the in-breath of God. I think the Bible calls it the in-breath of God. And we're at that point again. Right now, we've achieved it. So now we're just kind of hold on for the ride. The victory's already happened. We've hit the event horizon, and nothing can stop it. Doesn't matter who the leaders are, nothing can stop it. We're moving forward. And so we just have to hold on and keep your physical bodies aligned the best you can with your health, exercise, do whatever you can to keep your energy pure and learn how to separate your emotions from your feelings. Your emotions is those reactions, those things you want to say something, or you feel you got to defend yourself, or defend your opinion, these kind of things. Really, your gods and goddesses, you don't need to do it. You can let people be masters. They're impeccable with their words, and you are all masters. Just keep telling yourself, even if you think you're not a master, I don't need to say anything here. God bless that person talking about politics. God bless, we can just keep on doing it, and then, and then when you start, because we're in this collective energy, the mind chapter. So when it starts you're starting attracting it all around you all the time, the stuff you don't want to hear, that's where you just break away, go find a pond and watch the ducks or the geese, and you'll be like, oh, they don't care. They're just going to keep on living, just like we are. It's only like a mind thing that we get all worried. And you start just keeping your attention on what heaven is like, what you would want your kingdom of heaven to be like, what your America would be like. You start sifting out what has actually been programmed into me as somebody else's idea, and what would I do if I was a clean slate? I got to be the king of America. What would I want to do with my people, and then the world, and play with that like a little child. Then you'll start seeing that even the ones you might call evil, everything starts conforming to you. Okay, all the things you want to see start aligning to you, as long as it's not something that's been programmed into you as some other agenda. There's things that sound good on the surface, but it's not really what it is. But if you could just go and clean the slate of all the laws, all that stuff, and create your perfect world for you, and start thinking about that, and you'll start seeing it come together. New technologies, new healing, there's all this stuff is there. It's all ready for when the consciousness is ready to accept. And the old consciousness that would have held it back is being removed. It's already being removed from the earth. Nothing is as it seems right now. A lot of that energy, those souls that did not want to ascend, have been given a different world, a different system to be. So as they're leaving their bodies, they're being healed in a realm of sleep, and then they're being moved into a different sphere, because the earth will no longer. People will not be able to incarnate in a lower frequency here. It's like a radio channel. You can't, if you don't have a mother or a host to conceive into that's on that radio channel, you can't. Right? And so all of us here are elevating our consciousness. So a lower energy crosses over, and they want it to come back to have that lower frequency or that third dimensional experience again. It no longer supports it. And it's very incrementally happening. Even when it seems like things are crazy, it's still the veils are coming off. All right, that's why even what we would consider the lowest consciousness or the densest consciousness on the earth right now is starting to question things, questioning the TV, questioning what they hear. They're starting to take it to, whether they know it or not, even if they think they're atheists. During COVID, everybody was like, what's happening? Did I just waste my whole life? Did I have people who made $2 million a year and people that were on welfare were like, am I going to be stuck? Is this the end? And that's all anybody's ever had to do is ask those questions, and it connects you to their questions. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for coming, and you can come visit me in my blue readings, and I've got crystals and all that stuff from Sedona. I do all this healing work around. All right. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. We are delighted to have you guys here, and we hope you guys can stay with us all weekend because we have amazing healers and practitioners and guides like Julianne here all weekend, and so we want you to stay with us. And then, of course, we do this event every 3 to 4 months in Scottsdale. So come back and join us again. We'll be back January 11th and 12th. And of course, welcome to our live stream community. Thank you for tuning in. If you guys are local to the Phoenix area, come by and join us in person. And otherwise, if you're joining us from afar, thank you and stay connected. And for all of you, please stay connected with us. You can join our Facebook group and also watch our shows on SoulSearch TV with all of our conscious content practitioners. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce Julianne Wilford. She is a certified energetic home healer. Whether a space has a low vibrational energy, if things seem to be breaking on a regular basis, or a property listed isn't selling, she can help you. Julianne uses a variety of methods and modalities, including sage, frankincense resin, crystals, and altar. Each property is diagnosed individually, and she channels in exactly what a home or land needs to raise its vibration. So what's really amazing and miraculous, this work that you do, Julianne, thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Thank you so much for coming. Do I need to get hooked up?
Yeah.
Thank you. As she said, I'm a home healer, so I do home clearings, but I also do land clearings. What I want to do today really is educate you on how a home becomes low vibrational, what symptoms it shows, how you can increase your home's vibration yourself also. And then at least last time, I leave plenty of time for questions because I had literally I had a bigger group last time, but I had 30 minutes worth of questions this time. So I want, if you have questions about your own home or, anything like that, I can take time to answer for you, okay? The very biggest premise that I really love for you to walk away with today is the idea that your home is a sentient being. It is alive, it is energy, it is, it should be your best friend. It should be your sanctuary. It should be the place that when you come home, you feel a big hug, out from the rest of the world. So that's always what I'm trying to create. With that being said, any energies of any kind that are brought into the home are going to adjust it positively or negatively. And I'll tell you a few stories as we go too. So you can think of possessions coming in and out of the home, and no, you don't need to be worried about going to Walmart bringing things in. You're fine. But emotional things going on, illnesses that happen inside the household, all the energy is stored. And it does, if I'm being honest, tend to be stored in dark places. It tends to be stored where this light will often disseminate a lot of that energy. That's why when I go through and do home clearings, it's pretty rare that I have to do a lot of work in the kitchen because that tends to be a light source in the house. But I do almost like the majority of my heavy lifting work, as I call it, where I'm actually closing portals and doing like the real stuff, tends to be in closets. Dark hallways, closets, bedrooms, and I always have to do a lot of clearing work in a master bedroom. Pretend to know the reason exactly, but I do. It's one of the reasons why children tend to be scared of closets. It's not that, they're just being wimpy. It's that they tend to store energy. So they can be, of course they're dark, but they do tend to be a trapping place for energy. And our little people out there can feel that. So even if it's not a full-scale haunting, she has to deal with that also. But they can feel those trappings, and a lot of light doesn't get to it, so it makes sense. The way I like people to think of their home is it's almost like it's your little child that needs to be loved on and needs to be cared for, especially emotionally. And it also will throw little tantrums when it isn't happy. And we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Well, let's hit it now. When a home isn't doing well vibrationally, that's very commonly when it'll go through a breaking cycle. One thing will break, and then you'll notice that not too long after that, the next thing will go, and then the next thing, tend to say comes in threes, but really what's going on there is the space is hit a place vibrationally that, you know, that's when our electronics get wacky. That's when all sorts of things will actually start breaking down, and it'll happen in a pattern like that because the home is no longer supporting your devices, supporting your appliances, that sort of thing. So it's not really a coincidence that things tend to break at the same time. Also, if you've ever noticed that when you're going through something personally that's causing you a lot of stress, it seems like the world is working against you because you're going through a really stressful time, and it's, you know, stuff in your house starts crapping out on you. That's actually not a coincidence. That really heavy stress energy has no place to go. And so that's exactly what happens is the house will start feeling the symptoms of that and things will start breaking for you. So it's not your imagination, and know the universe isn't against you, just a little low energy going on in there. What I did is made kind of a little synopsis of things that home will show when it does have low energy going on. Inhabitants of the home will tend to complain more about life itself. Will tend to be more squabbles than would normally happen because people are feeling that energy without even realizing they're feeling the energy. Household members kind of a lot of blame game stuff, kind of blaming each other for things. That's common. Criticisms, that sort of thing. I have it on here, plants dying is common, where the plants finally go, okay, I can't do this. That's a common thing. And keep in mind too, another important factor is a home that has a lot of heavy energy in it will actually block the flow of abundance. So that's something to be mindful of as far as keeping the vibe of your home as high as possible, is nobody's trying to block that kind of energy through the home. Can't enter it. On just kind of a normal things level, I can't stress the importance, trust me, no judgment over here, of getting rid of clutter. If you consider that everything, comment in yours is fine. If you consider that everything has energy, clutter energy is the exact kind of energy a house needs. Not only is it visually unappealing for us, we can kind of bring our vibration down, but the home itself is not going to know what to do with all that energy. If something in your home breaks, like a small appliance, a vase, anything like that, I encourage you to get that out of the house as quickly as possible.
Oh, repeat that last sentence, I'm sorry.
No problem. If something in your home breaks, like a small appliance or a vase or something like that, I mean, obviously, if you're in love with something, fix it, do your thing, super lose your friend. But if you actually leave broken items in the house, that does create a cycle of that pattern, and things will tend to break. The house is literally reading that energy, going, oh, okay, time for things to break. Yay, let's do that. Okay. It will create that pattern, which I know sounds weird, but that's a thing.
Did you write a book about it?
Not yet.
You plan it.
Am I supposed to have a book about me?
No, are you planning on it?
I've been told that down the road that might be a thing.
Okay.
So I love that you're putting that up. I want to talk for a couple seconds about antiques, our friends. My sister and my now husband, my boyfriend at the time, bought a little cabin together in Munns Park. This is her story. Just a cute little guy. They trade off weeks. And My sister continues to like to play a little game with me called How Can I Haunt Your Cabin Next? True stories. Can't make this stuff up. You wouldn't believe how haunted this cute little place was when we first got it. It was a place where figurines and bears and raffia came to die. Like we took like loads of things to donate it to the dump, you name it. But it still felt kind of awful. Long story, but there was a sweet middle-aged man who had passed that had done some traumatic things in his life, and he was scared he was going to hell and wasn't crossing over, so he was hanging around there. So helped him cross over, which is good chills to this even minute. That's my favorite part of my work is when I get to do that. But as life went on, I cleared the cabin. I'm like, oh, it feels beautiful. Everybody's good. And then just a little while ago, I walked into the cabin and I heard, hello there. I'm like, hello. I said, who are you? And I got crickets, which is kind of a no-no in the spiritual world. And I said, okay, we're not going to play that. I wasn't sassy, by the way, not a good idea. I said, okay, I'm not going to say who you are yet. That's fine. Where are you? And I heard a friendly, really cute voice, I'm here. And so I look up and I'm like, there's this green metal like work box, I think like from a factory or something that my sister got from an antique store. So I took that puppy outside and did a lot of blessings on it before I opened it. And, you know, off he went. There was a gentleman attached to that. And then not that long ago, I have this onesie that is from Walmart. It's spectacular. It's green and it has pictures of Will Ferrell from Elf all over it. It says, OMG Santa, I know him, with the big white hood. I'm telling you, it's beautiful. And I was sitting there watching TV with my doggies and I heard, what are you wearing? And I was like, that's a little judgy. And I looked and my sister had bought an antique chair. So some poor Victorian woman was like, what is going on with women these days? I'm like, what's up? So point is those are just two tiny examples of just two items that my adorable sister brought into the cabin that both of them had very significant attachments. And when I go to a lady for clearance myself, because going into people's homes, I want to stay very clear. And I asked her, I'm not really frustrated by it, but kind of more like, why is this a thing? Because I very strongly believe we pull things into our cortex for whatever reason. I'm like, what is the deal here? And she's like, practice. And I was like, oh, cool, got it. So I just wait for the next time the new creepy thing shows up in our cabin and get to say hello to it and clear it. P.S. If you buy an antique mirror, I can tell you 100% it is haunted. So get that baby cleared up. Put it outside. If you don't want to do a home clearing, put it outside in the sunlight and put your intention on it that any negative or low vibrational energy be cleared from it.
What does it mean put outside?
If you have an antique mirror that you have not cleared yet, you want to clear those. It's a very common haunting point for me for a lot of houses that I clear is antique mirrors. They're beautiful. I have them. But you have to keep in mind that you've got hundreds of years of people looking into them and thinking certain ways about themselves and about life. You have mirrors are, absolutely portals. You have all sorts of energy coming and going in that house, you name it, and the amount of work that I have to do on mirrors. I always have to clear mirrors when I go into a home, even just normal ones. But antique mirrors, you've got a whole overflow going on. They're very pretty. Like I said, I have them. I don't steer away from them, but on a personal level, for the perfect time to do a clearing on a home is obviously if you're a new owner, not trying to swim in someone else's energy. You've gone through a breakup and someone has moved out. Great idea to get that cleared out. Honestly, if you've just been in a funk, any illness in the home of significance, colds, fine, but anything of a more significant illness that's been taking place in the home, it's a great time to clear it. Anyone in the home having nightmares on a regular basis, that's a sign that things need to get moved out. Again, no judgment, but any drinking of any regularity or drug use of any kind, we all have something called an auric field. And what that does is creates a little punch in that auric field for things to come through that we don't necessarily want to come through. This tend to have a lot of
Any drugs can do that?
I would call it any mind-altering drug.
Okay.
Opens that field up. One of the recent clearings I did is a gal who was super sweet. She was a realtor actually, but this was her own clear. She had a young lady who was staying in there who had a problem, and that room was as haunted as it gets. Like as I started to walk in, I can hear clairaudient and I can see energy, and I heard they always say the same thing. I heard get out, I'm like, no, you get up. But that's just from one little cute little person in there doing that stuff. It grabbed it. Of course, there's a great big mirror in there too, so that's cool.
So you're saying that room was haunted, even though that person is still living somewhere else?
Yeah, she brought in a lot of nasty energy in there. That's
So she's living her life somewhere else, but her energy is.
Yeah, I actually had to clear. I had to clear a closed portal around. There was an actual open dark portal that spirit was coming away from it. Yep. A nice big mirror facing the closet. Yeah. That was one of the heavier clearings. Because usually I'll just see energy, feel it. When I hear the get out is when I know that something real heavy is going in there. That's the real. Okay. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is to keep in mind that the veil is so thin energetically these days, which I think is actually a cool thing for a lot of reasons. But the veil is so thin that drinking, drug use, that sort of thing, things can punch through easier these days than they used to, by the way. That's kind of been a shift in things. Anyone negative spending time in the home? An example is a friend who came over who's going through a tough time, and you're helping them out, and they're kind of spilling their guts, that sort of thing. You want to clear that out. A loved one or an animal passing, also a good idea, especially a loved one. Stress at work, unfinished projects. Also, on a more personal level, if anyone's been carrying around a fair amount of guilt, shame, or regret, which by the way are all lies. We all do the best we can every minute of every day. But that can be a step place too. So now let's talk about things to do in your home to help boost it up a little bit. I don't even know if I have this written down, but it came to me as I was driving today, which I know is going to sound really obvious, but if you want to boost the energy of your home right away, I know not quite there, but we're reaching the time where you can open your windows up. You want to open every window in the house when there's sunlight. I highly recommend playing classical music. It's not even that I'm a huge fan. I tend to love everything. I like a little bit of classical, but really high vibration. It's always helpful. Of course, crystals. When I do home clearings, I have a little crystal package that I leave in certain different crystals in certain places in the home. I'm a huge fan of selenite. Selenite clears any other crystals or jewelry, anything like that. Having a little piece or a little tower at the entrance is great. Citrine goes in the kitchen. That's the heart of the home. Happy stone, health, abundance, all that beauty, all that good stuff. Amethyst is great for near like the tub, the shower, the bedside. It's a stress reliever. It's a calmer, that sort of thing. By the way, keep citrine. Gal was just telling me she had citrine in her bedroom. That's a great way to stay up all night. Citrine is an energizing stone. It's great for the kitchen.
But it's not great for the bedroom.
No. Okay.
What would be the best stone for the bedroom? That would be the most relaxing.
I would have amethyst.
Most effective stone for relaxing.
Amethyst.
Amethyst.
Also rose quartz. Point in each corner of your bed, either on the floor or if you have little puppies that I
What's the
do.
best shape to use? Best shape.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Is a pyramid a good one? A sphere a good one?
Sure, whatever you like. Doesn't matter, honestly. Like I just have raw pieces of rose quartz in each corner of my bed. Rose quartz, by the way, is the love stone, and it's pink and it's all cutesy. But a lot of people don't know rose quartz is actually a very protective stone. A lot of us who do heavy lifting work always have rose quartz on it. Exorcists that I know always have rose quartz. So it's actually a very strong protective stone. Obsidian, great place to have that. That's a protective stone also. Great place in the bedroom for that. It's not too energizing, you'll be fine. Smoky quartz, great for near Wi-Fi. Absorbs EMF frequency. So Wi-Fi, office, anything near computers. I also always have a big chunk of clear quartz. Also, that's the highest level healing stone, and it amplifies the other crystals. It's an amplifier.
So I should have a clear quartz crystal now. What about quartz sphere? Is that good?
About what?
What about quartz sphere? Quartz.
Oh, sure.
Ball. Yeah. Clear quartz ball.
Sure, I love clear quartz. Clear quartz and selenite are my favorite.
What about, what's the effectiveness of diamond? I think diamond is most effective.
I don't have a clue. They're pretty.
What?
I don't know anything about the actual properties. That's a Google. I don't want to make it up. And what's funny you're saying that is I actually did Google it once and asked, and it does have properties to it, spiritual properties. Yeah. But I don't remember. Lighting white candles. Light white candles. And the real flame. I have a lot of big ones around my house, but lighting real flame white candles, it's a great thing to do with the tub. Depending on your spiritual belief system. I'm a God and angels person, but you could even ask, I ask angels here for my highest good, with the whitest light to come through. They love white candles. But if that's not your belief system, you could even just ask the universe to please clear and purify your space, that sort of thing. Whatever works for your belief
What is
system.
the burn a black candle and a white candle? Is that good for removing negative forces?
I've never burned black candles. I can tell you intuitively that's not something I would light up in my house. Just being honest.
Okay.
Do you? I'm such a white candle person that I would like black in my house. Oh, totally. Yeah.
What about lighting a pink candle or green candle or blue or red?
Sure.
What effects are those?
No idea. But keep in mind, though, as far as what you're asking, the effects of certain things, your intention is the most powerful thing you can possibly use to manifest whatever you're trying to manifest in your own home and around your space.
What about if there was an argument in the room? I heard that there would be negative energies that still reside there as a result of a confrontation.
Sure, there could be. Yeah, that's clearing time. If you tend to run on the witchy side, just saying, you could do a little witch's broom by the front door. It's the sweeping idea. Salt with lavender bags. You can do coarse salt, any of that with lavender in little white sachet bags in the corners of the room. Less witchy, more normal. You can work normal, but you follow. Chimes, any kind of bells, anything like that will raise the vibration. Fountains, perfect idea. I have a note on here. This was something someone taught me a long time ago that to me it wasn't very realistic over the last couple of months because we're living on the surface of the sun. But as things are chilling out a little bit, I was going through a particularly stressful time and had a reading with this gal, and she gave me this advice. I always like to share it. I was living in my home and had little old ladies who were renting rooms for me while living with me. And it actually went better than it sounds. It was normally very fun. But she pointed out to me, I was teaching middle school at the time and had a really stressful year, quite a few kids that year. And she had pointed out to me that I was bringing that stress into my home and it was affecting the little lady staying with me, which that's obviously not a good thing. And what she told me to do is so simple, but I realized, I'm telling you, it really worked. So if you have a stressful job and you have little people at home, or whatever the case may be, or you just don't want to bring that energy in your house, I just went to a park that happened to be right by my house, and the best idea would be to go barefoot and step in the grass, but I did it quick and dirty and just put my hand on a tree. And again, use your spiritual belief system, but I asked God and my angels to please clear any negative or unserving energy off of me and ask Mother Earth to absorb it. And you could say that, as you could guess, a million different ways, whatever sense your intention in your belief system. Dear universe, please, clear me of any energy that would not serve my home and my or my energy, one second, or my stress energy from work, or whatever, you can even name it, and just ask for it to be cleared off. And your intention is all you need as far as a belief system, and that the universe is always going to elegantly serve exactly what it is you're putting out there. It's going to be a mirror. So as soon as you're saying to the universe, please, I just got chills on this, thank you. As soon as you put that intention out there, you'll be clear. So I don't think you have my belief system or anyone else's, just do you. But just put that intention out there. Does that make sense? I really found that so helpful. It really did make a big difference. I noticed I had 2 ladies in my house that were a little bit, and as soon as I started doing that, totally calmed down. It was like, this girl, she was talking about. Okay?
The surface of the sun, what did you mention about it?
What, honey?
I think you mentioned something about the surface of the sun.
Oh, I was just joking around that Phoenix just felt like we're living on the surface of the sun.
I got that.
Yeah, I'm a former middle school teacher. Sorry, I have to talk in ways that are goofy. It's just part of my nature. I think I went through, let me make sure. Oh, confession. I was doing something and I was guided so strongly to Google something online. I don't even remember what I Googled. And they told me to write every word of it down and to read it to my class. This is the last thing. There was something about it that really resonated with me, and I don't want to pretend that it's my own words, so I'm literally going to read it to you because I thought it was kind of crazy powerful. It said, everything carries an energetic tone. Everything carries some type of vibration. If you think about how many things you have in a room, and all of those things are carrying a tone, the question is, how loud is the choir? Sorry, but that just really hit me when I read it. I was like, holy, and I actually cleaned some stuff out of my own house after reading this. So your energy is running in the background, and it can hear these things, right? Not the way that we're hearing ourselves and each other right now, but your energy can actually hear things in tones. So now what's happening is all of this is running in the background, and how much noise is it? How much stuff do you have or not have where it's really peaceful, serene, and quiet? Set the intention for your home. I don't know, but I thought that was like, that really spoke to me. I mean, that is a thing. So, like, whatever. Okay, that's all. I'm going to open it up to questions of any kind whatsoever. Before I do that, just as a little FYI, about a week ago, I channeled this in, and I just had a reading, the gal that I did clearance from a couple days ago, and I said, is this a thing? And she said, absolutely. So I'm offering it out. For anyone who has sat through my lovely class today, my home clearings normally start at $200. What I'm going to do for anyone sitting in this room today is I will clear any space you want. It can be your own or a friend, anything like that. For $150 total, which it also includes my crystal gift package, my happy home package, which is, well, actually, you can just go to the table and pick it, but it's citrine. It's all the things I use in my home, citrine, amethyst, all the things I talked about. Name back off to you. But anyway, and you can also gift that to someone if you'd like, anything like that with holidays coming up. go to a friend's house, really thinking there. Just saying, we all have that place that we go and we're like, if you're wanting to do that today, lovely couple I just told you, I was kind of sensing we're about to maybe start picking up some crystals. I'm like, because that's part of the package. I bring that crystal package with me to every client here, even for realtors.
So when you clear somebody's home, do you want to know ahead of time what's going on? Or do you just would rather pick up the energy and make confirmation afterwards?
Honestly, the best way I can put that is when I had a middle school student, I would always say to my parents on parent night, if your family is going through anything, I don't need the details, but a little email saying, watch out for Johnny does wonders, because then I'm putting my eye in a specific place. So if you have a home and you hate your master bedroom because you can't sleep, sure, I'd love to know that. If you know someone passed, sure, I'd love to know that. To be completely honest though, as soon as I channel so much in when I'm driving, it's almost weird and I know it sounds a little dangerous, but it's just a thing. I always start channeling things in when I'm heading to the house. And I don't mean on a personal level, it's something sort of more like concentrate on this area, or they're really chilly right now. This is super fun. Sorry. They'll say concentrate on this area, or they'll say, they'll tell me oftentimes before you even step onto the property if there's an open portal. Because you can have happy, positive open portals with the good guys coming in and out. And you can have some dark portals with folks things coming in and out of there that nobody wants. So yeah, I'll channel most of it in on my way. Usually. And then I'll walk into the house and go, oh, we have more. So, yes.
You just triggered a question that I just thought of. You hear of dark portals.
Yeah.
But I never put on the light portal.
I know, right?
Can you talk about, like, how would you know we had a light?
I learned about this embarrassingly not that long ago, because when I was coming into homes, anytime I felt a portal, I could close that baby up. And when I had my gal who does clearings on me channel in what I'm supposed to be hearing, she said, because I asked her, am I successfully closing portals? And she's like, 100%. You're closing every one you come into contact with. They'd like you to quit closing the positive ones. It's like, oh, whoops. So, and I cleared this sweet little lady from actually the fair before this. I went and cleared her condo, and she had an open portal. She was a cute little witchy thing, darling lady. And she could definitely sense spirit coming and going. And it's all for her highest good. So you can think of, I doubt you're going to get earthbound spirits through that. I think you're going to get more angelic spirits and spirit guides and, high vibrational. Not that you need that, I even it's fallen in, but that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm not supposed to close those anymore. Unless somebody in the house just doesn't like the activity and they want everything quiet. That could be a thing too, pretty well. For instance, I know I have one going in my house. I just bought it a year ago. I can feel it in my closet. I can feel a little bit of heavy going, but everybody feels cute, so I'm like, what's up? We're hanging, we're chilling for now. No one's being bratty. Yes.
I had somebody taking down the house on vacation.
Oh.
And he was paid for it. And when we came back, he said that the house doesn't like him.
That could be a thing.
What's that thing?
I actually did a clearing on a house where a woman said that very thing. I kind of take it as someone just doesn't feel comfortable in the house with the energy going on. But a house can kind of form a personality, not to get super creepy on you, but houses have different personalities for sure, I think. And so that could have been the personality of the house being like, no likey, get out, that sort of thing. That could be a thing. Does it feel good to you?
The house.
Well, there you go. That might have been some of your spiritual protection wanting you out of there though too. That could have been your spirit team being like, that sort of thing.
I didn't know that.
Sure. Well, yeah, right. So when the weather gets a little cooler, you for sure want to open up your windows and get that baby breathing. Does it feel okay to you now?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. I have a feeling it was more your spirit team than like it's not clear because I'm like processing that. Yeah. Did you have a question? No. This is a fun class because I. Yes.
We do a lot of state sales and that kind of thing. We always kind of chit chat. There's been once or twice recently, I walked into a house and he's like walked into me and I turned around and yeah. And there was like something there and something there and I turned around and he just went, and people who were at the estate sale were like not really moving. They were like sitting there. I walked into the house. I don't know because maybe passed to the house.
Oh,
and it was
no
weird.
reasons.
Yeah. We kind of had.
Well, and you can, I don't want to like extra creep you out, but you can have dark characters who are doing things like that. Those items have been almost over the portals and have some like really nasty things. So sounds like your spidey senses are on anyway, but before you go to something like that, you can literally just look at the address and ask whatever your belief system is, your spirit team, if this visit would be in your highest and best good. They're relative, so you don't even have to walk in. But it's well, yeah, that's true. It's up to you, but that would be one way of doing that. Okay. Yeah. Because there are folks that have different things that they're putting in homes to that are exposed. Yeah. So they.
Do you have any YouTubes? Do you have any YouTube?
I do not.
Oh, okay.
Evidently being recorded.
Being recorded now? Will it be on YouTube soon?
I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening. See it more, not yet, more on a website.
6 months from now, maybe?
You promote your business.
Yeah. He's channeling.
Who's your biggest fan?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he's channeling in a little bit.
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Your ideas have been fantastic, is what they're saying. They are really spot on with that. So thank you. And P.S. When we walk out of this meeting, we're going to write it all down.
Yeah. You'll need it for your next time, right?
Totally. Yes.
What do you recommend as far as for sounds and smells? I didn't obviously.
I think it's more of a personal preference. As far as sounds, one of the things I do that gets up home's vibration really high, granted this is after saging and sealing mirrors and frankincense and like a whole other slew of things, but the very last thing I do before I'm going to leave a house is I have the bells that are on the strap. They sell them in Missy's Mysteries, which is actually right down the street. She has a booth. It's fine. This is the first time. She is adorable, by the way. Talk about she is not even sort of in this business for money. I love those people. She's all heart. Like she sells things in her shop. They have these round labradorite, extra money.
Sure.
It's an L. There's a little the little, they look like eggs, but they're super powerful meditation stones. And you find those on the internet for a couple $100. She had them in her shop for $20. And I told her, because I love her, I was like, you know, these are out in the world for $200. She's like, I know.
What are the super powerful
She just wants to
meditations?
get it in people's hands, so there's a thought. But anyway, she has those bells. That's what I use. They're really high pitched, so you have to be tolerant of that. They're really loud. But all throughout the house, like I said, classical music, any kind of chimes, any kind of high vibrational sound will help. And then as far as oils, that is absolutely your preference. Any essential oil would be wonderful. I have a little diffuser from Costco. Those little white eggs that they had going for a while. I think they might still be around. It's like $30, I think. And I put that in oil. And that every night, just sleep. So whatever you need. You really can't do anything. What's your friend? Missy's Mysteries. She's essentially on Scottsdale and Shea. Really? She does this time. She's never been here before. Missy's Mysteries is the name of her shop. She and her husband own it. The sweetest people.
And what did you mention about super powerful meditation on the internet?
If you're looking for personal growth, my favorite is Belruth Napperstack.
Is it Belruth Napperstack? Maybe
Belruth Napperstack. It's like Naparstek. She's, I just have a little round, because I'm old, a little round disc player from Amazon, Walmart, and I just buy her little, whatever, DVDs.
Hey, write that down for me, could you?
Oh, I totally will, yeah.
Okay, please.
She has everything from general wellness, overcoming addictions. She has a sleep one, an anti-anxiety. And what I love about them is you literally just press play and I'll listen to them before I'm going to sleep and even just fall asleep to it. My subconscious do the work. Because I'm not always patient enough to just stay there.
No.
Yeah, so I'll put them on and go to sleep to it. Phenomenal. Those changed my life, by the way. Thank you for asking. Yeah.
News, TV, Wi-Fi, electronics.
The energetics of, let's just go to the US. The energetics of the US right now have not been, are matching the energetics of the Revolutionary War. That's what I have here. Crappy. But my favorite author is also a friend of mine, Howard Baba, who wrote I Am. You'll notice I am positive. We really can choose to let those things affect us versus not. We really can.
Wi-Fi running through your house all the time, open windows and sunlight to dissipate that.
Yeah, and a lot of positive self-talk. I am safe, I am protected, I am loved, I am supported. This is a great time to choose a new little hobby, to do, get into your relaxation, meditations, get a massage, get that pedicure you've been putting off, like the self-care stuff, all the way, get some exercise. Oh, thank you. I thought of that. Lower any gossip energy, because that's judgmental. What we have is a lot of judgmental energy, right? Everything is like either this side or that side. My parents are over here, my sister's over here, so coming for me. So, do you think I talk to my parents or my sister about this stuff? Any of the politics? No. Near it, and I let it go like that and choose. I'm always an older brother, but choose my stance of, yeah, you do. So it's for dinner. You know what I mean? So you can choose to engage. And I had someone in my last lecture ask me, I think it was a spouse situation. No, it was him. He was like, do you think it affects me that, I'm watching whatever it is in King's Fox, name your brand. Do you think it's affecting me? And I was like, do you think it's affecting you? And I said it nicer than that. I'm thinking, of course it is, because you're asking. So that
Changing the vibration in your home too.
Totally. On either side.
You can turn your Wi-Fi off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's whatever we give our conscious, whatever we feed it, right? And you can't block.
Well, although, I mean, our Wi-Fi off, that's open all the 5G towers and everything.
I don't know the answer to that. Never speak to people. Yeah.
I've heard sage clearing, but I don't know.
Thank you. Sage, a lot of people think they're getting a lot more out of sage than they are. Sage is really more an antimicrobial. Sage is wonderful for if people in the house have been sick, viruses, that sort of thing. It's not going to hurt anything, so go for it. But when I won't lie, every house I clear, I treat as a haunting. I go in really strong and get that vibration, get everything low, cleared out of any kind, and get that vibration way up. And that always, for me, includes frankincense present. Any low vibrational energy needs frankincense. It's biblical. So it's just a thing. And any of the real, I was guided by some very high level spiritual people who said you need to get this in your arsenal. Because I really felt after I left the house years ago that it just wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. Just like frankincense. So I love this stuff. And it's fun because it's super flaky. I'm chill with it, I swear. It really, in anything low, I can see energy. So the second I say my little thing and spark that up, I see things darting in all directions. Like, so, like, yes, good. Any more questions? Anything at all?
You have a business card?
At my booth. I do. I'm right around the corner.
Okay, and please write down about the other person.
Yeah, come to my booth. And again, thank you for the redirection questioning several times. For me. Love it. It's me teaching again. And again, I had quite a few people who came into the room late. Anyone who's been inside my class, my normal clearing rate started at 200. And anyone who's in my class, I'll clear any property you'd like for 150, which includes the crystal gifts. Be free! Thanks for coming to my class. It would be really sad if nobody was here. So I appreciate that. I really do. It means the world.
Be better than your middle schoolers? Be better than the middle schoolers?
Yes. But they're so fun. They're so funny. But I went to go see my kids Friday to surprise them, ones who graduated. And I pulled all the way up to the parking lot and they were on October break. Duh. Duh. I'll go back.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. We are delighted to have you here at SoulSearch. We are here to support the awakening and expansion of consciousness, and we do that through these Enlightenment Expos. We hold this in Scottsdale every 3 to 4 months. So we'll be back January 11th and 12th. So mark your calendars for that. And of course, definitely stay with us here all weekend. We have amazing practitioners, healers, teachers, mediums, channels, psychics, all types of incredible guides. And of course, we have Jared the medium coming up. And Jared also has his own show on SoulSearch TV. If you haven't seen it, he has a show called Medium Sized Ego, which you can watch on SoulSearch TV. You can go to soulsearch.tv, watch them online for free. You can also find our channel, SoulSearch TV, on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. So that's the way that you guys can tune in, watch his amazing gallery readings, and of course also check out some of our other shows. Jared also has a psychic development class tonight. It is a paid class. It's a ticketed class for $40. So if you're interested in attending that at 6:30. We just did it in San Rafael last weekend and people loved it. So if you're interested in developing your own psychic gifts, abilities, which we all have, you guys can come and join us tonight. You got tickets with us at the registration. And of course, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jared the medium. He has been working as a professional medium for over a decade, bringing his straightforward, honest, and simple approach to mediumship to everyone. He teaches that all have this ability, and that's amazing. And if you watch his show or you come to class, he will go into that further because all of us have these intuitive, psychic, and mediumship gifts. He does extensive work helping others develop their abilities in sessions and with his infamous development service. Jared also shares his processes and techniques of giving messages and the battle with the ego in a gallery setting in the show Medium-Sized Ego on SoulSearch TV. So you guys, it's going to be an amazing ride. So stay tuned and thank you so much for
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the Enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. It was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up. offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the Enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
Hello, welcome everyone. I'm Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. We are delighted you guys are here, and hopefully you can be with us all day, today and tomorrow, because we have amazing talks and experiences and practitioners like Dr. Ravi Ratan here. And of course, to everyone tuning in on our live stream, hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. And I'm really delighted to introduce Dr. Ravi Ratan. He is one of the pioneers of aromatherapy in India. He is a clinical aromatherapist integrating manual lymphatic drainage, emotional release, and chakra healing, practicing and educating people in India, the US, Canada, Australia, UK, Dubai, and Singapore. So very Born in the family of doctors, teachers, and healers, and brought up in a Hindu family, he understood and followed spiritual practices and traditions as part of his upbringing. He's also worked with yoga and meditation from early on in his life, and he has brought all this understanding and wisdom together as part of his integrated healing practice. So we're really excited to welcome Dr. Ravi Ratan here to share all of his healing.
Okay, namaste everyone. So I practice clinical aromatherapy, combine it with chakra healing, lymphatic drainage, and emotion clearing. How many of you understand lymphatic system? You understand? Very good. You?
Yeah, I'm a nurse and I'm a lymphedema. So.
Okay. Now, actually, manual lymphatic drainage therapy was started by Emil Warder. He was a massage therapist from Netherlands, and he actually was working with people with lymphoedema and fibroids. Okay, so he was the one who developed this technique, but the technique I follow is completely different, which is part of Ayurvedic massage. Because lymphoedema and fibromyalgia, when they have it, you cannot apply pressure on people. If people are having lymphoedema, fibromyalgia, you cannot apply pressure when you are massaging. So, everyone develop movement for massaging on people with lymphoedema. Okay, and this is the technique which is being taught in the massage schools in the United States, which actually does not work. Because you need to have maybe every week a session for years to have some kind of noticeability. But I can work on people with certain amount of pressure, depending how much pressure you can take. And my focus on the lymphatic massages to work on their lymph nodes. You know where the lymph nodes? Understand what is lymph. Lymph is all the interstitial fluid in your body. Your blood circulates in the body through the arteries and veins. Arteries carry oxygenated blood to all over the body. Okay? But arteries cannot reach everywhere in the body, especially the extremities. So at the extremities, blood plasma oozes out from the arteries and fills the space between the cells, which is called lymph, because lymph has blood plasma it has WBCs, it has nutrition, it has oxygen, because nutrition and oxygen is important for each and every cell of the body. And since arteries cannot reach, the blood plasma oozes out with the nutrition and oxygen to reach everywhere. Now, each of your cells, as a result of metabolic process, gets nutrition, oxygen, but it also releases toxins. This is the way the metabolism works. You use the nutrition, convert it to the energy, you utilize it and release the toxins. The toxins are also released in the lymph, and lymph has to flow back towards the heart so that it gets back in the circulation. But before it gets back in the circulation, it has to eliminate the toxins through various channels like your kidney, your spleen, your lungs, your heart. So all these the toxins have to be cleaned out, and the fresh plasma gets circulated in the arteries back. Now, how does the lymph move in the body? Blood moves in the body in the closed vessels we call arteries and veins. And blood moves in the body because of pumping of the heart. The lymph, which gets released from the circulatory system, fills the space between the cells, also moves, but it moves because of our muscles. Okay. Now, when the lymph is moving in the body, it is not moving the closed vessels, it moves in the open vessels. What are the open vessels? What are the open vessels in your body? Open vessels are like the rivers on the surface of Earth. You've seen a river on the surface of Earth, it's like an open vessel. It moves only to one direction. Same way the lymph movement in the body is in the one direction, and it moves through our muscle, through the muscle suction, and these lymphatic channels keep joining together, becoming bigger, and they form lymphatic nodes. Okay, when the lymphatic nodes form in the body, they start from smaller lymph nodes under the ankle, under the knee, and thigh joints are the major lymph nodes for the lower part of the body. Same way in the upper part of the body, the major lymph nodes are underarm, they are called axillary nodes. All the lymph nodes around the chest and breast area, okay, they are lymphatic nodes we are called clavicle nodes, they are deep cervical nodes. The lymph nodes are here, they are called submandibular nodes. There are lymph nodes in the front of the ear, behind the ear, we are called auricular nodes. The lymph nodes behind the neck are occipital nodes. Now, there are two things. One is called common sense, which is not so common, isn't it? Now, I'll tell you why. We all do certain things without knowing the reason why and without we rationalizing and doing it. One of the most important things we all do is breathing. Okay, how many of you breathe consciously? According to Tantra, our life is not measured in the number of years, months, and days. Our life is measured in the number of breaths. You breathe fast, you die young. Simple. That's why in yoga they teach you a different kind of breathing exercises. Okay, different kind of breathing exercises are taught, and one of the most important breathing exercises is alternate nostrils breathing. Has anybody heard of it? It's called Anulom Vilom. You inhale from left, exhale to right, inhale from right, exhale to left. And yoga gives a lot of significance to this exercise. You know why? Now, have you ever been conscious of your breath? Have you been conscious? Okay. Now, How many of you are aware that any given time you are breathing only from one nostril?
I catch myself doing it.
Yes. Press one and see which is easy to breathe from. One nostril is easy to breathe from, another nostril is not so easy to breathe. Yeah, that makes a little difference, but still. Okay. Now, why? Okay. Now, Tantra. This is, a lot of your health problems arise from these common sense. One is conscious of your breath. If you are not conscious of your breath, you will always have health issues. Another is you all take shower every day. You rub your body. You must rub your body with the soap. How many of you rub your body lymph nodes? Yeah. God has made this body very intelligently. He placed all the lymph nodes in the front of the body where your hands can reach. And the area which is behind where your hands can reach, like occipital nodes, behind the knee. These are the lymph nodes where your hands can reach. But, 99% of your health problems, 99% of your health problems, what we say all health problems are lifestyle related. What are the lifestyles you have? One is your physical lifestyle. Okay. One is your nutritional lifestyle. One is your mental and emotional lifestyle. One is your social and spiritual lifestyle. And imbalance in any of these lifestyle will lead to health. Now how many of you know chakra system? Okay. Anybody knows chakras? Okay. Tell me why chakras are there on the body. Pardon?
The visible seven.
No, they are all seven.
Yeah.
We show 7 major chakras on the torso and head, isn't it? Why are these chakras there? Use a simple thing. People talk focus. They say this chakra is connected with this chakra will connect with this. No, simple. If this part of the body, your torso and head, contains all your vital organs, isn't it? Now, all the vital organs, how do they work?
What's the chakras?
I'm coming to chakras. Okay. All the vital organs work because of energy, isn't it? All vital organs require energy to work. From where do they get the energy? The energy the chakras get is from the food. Various kind of food provide us energy at different levels. 0 to 10 is the energy of all the food which is refrigerated and preserved. You eat that kind of food, your tummy gets full, but you feel lethargic. 10 to 20 is the energy of all the food which is fresh food, but today a lot of fresh food is GM food. It doesn't give you much energy. 20 to 30 is the energy of all the food which is organic or eco-harvested. And 30 to 40 is the energy of all the food which is living food. What is living food? Living food is like sprouts. That's why Ayurveda recommends that you should soak your almonds at night and eat them in the morning. Instead of having raw almonds, soak the almonds at night, just 5 to 7 almonds, and eat them in the morning. It will give you much more energy than a handful of raw almonds. Because when you soak the almonds, the enzyme activity begins and the almonds become alive. Okay? Now, Eating your food is your choice. You can go by your taste buds or you can go rationally that this is good for me. But once the food has gone inside the body, what control do you have? You don't have control how much energy you are going to get from the food and how much energy is going to which organ of the body. What controls it? What controls is body's autonomous nervous system, body intelligence. Body intelligence ensures that you survive first. For you to survive, the nutrition has to first go to your vital organs, your heart, your lungs, your liver, your brain, your kidney. They get the nutrition first. Okay. Now, you have studied energy in your school. And the basic principle of energy is it can neither be created nor destroyed. It only changes form. So, from the food, your energy has become nutrition. Nutrition is going to your vital organs. Your vital organs are going to do the major functions of your body. Like your heart will pump the blood. Your lungs breathe. So, different organs do different functions. And as a result of they using the energy, they release process energy. Okay, where does the process energy? Now, modern medicine did not understand energy. Doctors don't understand energy. Have you seen doctors talking about energy? No. Because they have done all the research work on dead bodies. And dead bodies don't have energies. Okay. So, Tantra talks about it. According to Tantra, energy moves in our body in something called nadis. N-A-D-I. Nadis are the channels of energy in our body. And according to Tantra, we have 72,000 nadis, 72,000 channels of energy all over the body. Okay? Now, these channels of energy are crisscrossing all our vital organs. Vital organs use energy and they release process energy through nadis. Okay? And these nadis converge to the points we call chakra, and the energy released from there like a tornado on the surface of it. That's how the chakra. Okay? When somebody comes to me for chakra healing, I just use my pendulum dowser and check the energy of each chakra. If the chakra is moving clockwise, balanced. If the pendulum is going front and back, chakra is having energy which is not balanced. If the pendulum is stuck, okay, chakra energies are congested. They are not able to move. Okay. And if the pendulum is going anti-clockwise, there is a disease in any of the chakras. Now, why this happens? This is the result of our mental and emotional state. Okay, our mental and emotional state plays a crucial part, and this is the cause of a disease. You see, healthy human beings' energy is from 62 to 74 megahertz. Okay. Now, when we have a mental and emotional stress, our energy goes down. You know that? And when this energy keeps going down and it goes down below 58 megahertz, we start inviting disease in the physical. Modern medicine does all the disease. They say psychosomatic disorders. What is a psychosomatic disorder? Psychosomatic disorder is mind over body, isn't it? Modern medicine is doing all kind of research. What kind of mental and emotional state will affect which organ and which kind of disease will come? You understand the chakra system, you will understand which chakra is associated with which kind of mental emotional state, and what kind of disease will come to the body. Now, simple thing, when your immune system is breaking, because when you have mental and emotional stress, your energy level goes down below 58 megahertz, your immune system starts breaking and disease manifests in the body. Now, to understand which diseases will manifest because of which kind of mental emotional state will affect which chakra, which organ, and which lymphatic system, you will understand the whole process. Now, chakras. We have 7 major chakras, but when do the chakras form? When a child is conceived in the mother's womb, the first organ which develops is the brain and the hypothalamus. When your brain and the hypothalamus develops, your crown chakra opens. When your crown chakra opens, your soul comes to the body. Soul is your individual consciousness. When the soul comes to the body, it comes with a blueprint. What is the blueprint? Blueprint is going to be your destiny in this lifetime. What kind of parents you will be born to, what kind of body you are going to have, what kind of life experiences you are going to have, everything is going to be in the blueprint. And that blueprint is based on your past life. Different lifetimes you have done or ignored to do is all karma. Whether you believe it or you don't, it happens. Okay? Out of that, some is taken out for you to go through in this lifetime that forms your destiny. So when this consciousness comes with the blueprint, it does not stay. Your crown chakra opens. Crown chakra opens, your physical body starts forming, the spinal column forms, and parallel to the spinal column forms your Sushumna Nadi. There are 3 nadis which are very important, which are called Sushumna Nadi, Ida Nadi, and Pingala. So Sushumna Nadi is the one through which this consciousness travels all the way down and settles at the root chakra as your Kundalini. Okay, that Kundalini is the one which runs your life. This Kundalini is the one which first ensures your physical body starts forming in your mother's womb. Okay. When your physical body starts forming in the mother's womb, it takes 9 months in the mother's womb. It takes 7 more years to develop. Okay? A newborn baby doesn't even have well-developed kneecaps. Kneecaps of a child take 2 years to develop completely. And 7 years is the... So any imbalance of the root chakra in the first 7 years may lead to physical deformity in a child. All congenital defects in the children happen only in the first 7 years, which is karmic for the child and karmic for the parents. Your root chakra is the one responsible for your physical body, your physical existence. Okay? Your skin, your hair, your immune system, everything is the responsibility of your root chakra. Only first 7 years, your physical body is developing, isn't it? Now, each of your chakra is called the energy center of the body. But according to Tantra, all energy centers have a different role in your body to play. So, what is the role of your root chakra? The energy associated with the root chakra is called Apana Vayu. Apana is the name of the energy. Vayu is energy. Okay. Now you eat, you defecate. You drink, you urinate. If you meditate, you get cosmic vibration from the crown chakra, which move in the body, get eliminated from the root chakra. So what is the role of the root chakra? Elimination. The root chakra is the energy of elimination, and this energy works in us like a flush valve. Like you're sitting here, and if you want to go to toilet, you can hold and control and go and release it. Isn't it? It's like a flush valve. Now, imagine if your toilet flush valve is leaking, what is happening? Continuous drip of water when the toilet flush valve leaks. So, if your root chakra energy is leaking, what is happening? Continuous leakage of energy. And if your body is leaking energy continuously, people suffer from a condition called chronic fatigue syndrome. Have you heard of chronic fatigue syndrome? Your body feels tired all the time. Why? Because your root chakra is leaking energy. How many of you do yoga? Okay. Yoga teaches you an exercise called Mula Bandha. Mula Bandha is like Kegel. You know Kegel exercise? What do you do in Kegel? Hold your energetical muscles, release. Control, hold, release. Isn't it? And that's what fixes your leakage of the energy into the chakra. Simple. But common sense is not so common. So this is root chakra. Your second chakra, 7 to 14 years is your sacral chakra, most dominant. Because between this age, a child attains puberty. Puberty means your body is ready physically for procreation, but not ready mentally or emotionally. This chakra is associated with element water. Like this earth is 2/3 of water, the body is 2/3. Okay. What happens to the water on earth when the changing phases of both? High tide, low tide? How many of you experience mood swings or emotional imbalances when there is a full moon? Okay, yeah. So the water outside is visible, the water inside the body is not visible. So this sacral chakra is responsible for your emotional balance due to fluids in your body. And this chakra is the one, the energy of this chakra is the one responsible for your lymphatic flow. The energy is called Vyam Vayu. This is the chakra. Now I was telling you about left nostril and right nostril. Okay? Now is the time. Now, when people, you don't believe it, breathe from both the nostrils at any given time. Okay? You breathe up to 45 minutes from one nostril. Then 10 to 15 minutes change over time, and then you breathe from the other nostril. Okay? When people are breathing from the left nostril, they are breathing the energy of moon. Okay? And when people are breathing from the right nostril, they are breathing the energy of sun. So when you are breathing from the left nostril, you are breathing the energy of moon. Moon energy affects which chakra? Your sacral chakra. Moon energy does what to you? It makes you more emotional. So people who breathe more from the left nostril, they are more emotional by nature. Okay? Now people who are more emotional by nature, they are also prone to depressions. Okay? Now moon energy is a cooling energy. So moon energy is a cooling energy. So people who breathe more from the left nostril, they tend to have a low body temperature. Okay? Then moon energy also causes these people to have low blood pressure. Moon energy also causes these people temperamentally. They do not accept responsibility for whatever is happening to them in life. They blame it on somebody else. They say, because of him, because of her, because of this, because of that, I'm in this shit. I did not cause, somebody else has done it. These are your left nostril. Don't think the right nostril dominant people are any better. Right nostril dominant people are breathing fire. Because right nostril is the energy of sun. Sun energy activates your solar plexus chakra. When your solar plexus is activated, overactive rather, people become very ambitious. People push themselves and everybody else around. So they are the cause of problem. Next, left nostril. Okay. Now, when people are breathing fire, their liver gets heated. Touch the right side of your body, compare with the left side. If your right side is hotter than the left side, you are right nostril. When people are right nostril dominant, they breathe fire. They tend to have higher body temperature. They tend to have hypertension and high blood pressure. They tend to develop hypercholesterol. And people, when they do high cholesterol, they are the ones who are prone to gallbladder stones. And when people have overactive liver, they also are prone to headaches, migraine. They are also prone to acid reflux. Okay, so these are the problems with the right nostril. So that's why yoga developed a technique called alternate nostrils breathing. You inhale from left, exhale to right, inhale from right, exhale to left. And do this 11 cycles morning and 11 cycles in the evening, half of your health problems will be solved. Okay? So this is your sacral chakra. Now, sacral chakra is about emotional imbalances also. When you are growing up as a child, between the age of 7 and 14, a child is attaining puberty and also suffers emotional blockages. When you are not able to express your emotions, this chakra is the one which gets affected because this is emotional. But this blockage has caused lymphatic. These are your lymph nodes in the groin area. These will cause the lymphatic. So the first sign a girl child may experience is menstrual imbalance. Now, if a child experiences menstrual imbalance, what the parents will do? Take the child to the doctor. They don't understand emotional imbalances, emotional blockages, and modern doctors also don't understand. So what will they do? They will give you pills. And you continue taking pills rest of your life. Nobody is treating the issue. So what happens? Over a period of time, these lymph nodes are getting more and more blocked. The toxins are not getting eliminated. When the toxins are not eliminated, there are two things happen. One is your body intelligence takes over, and your body intelligence throws these toxins in the extremities like thighs and buttocks, which become cellulite. So if you have cellulite, you should be happy because your body intelligence has protected you. If you do not have cellulite and body intelligence fail to protect you, what will happen? Uterine fibroids, polycystic ovaries, endometriosis. Okay? So this is what happens when over a period of time this chakra is. Now your solar plexus chakra, dominant between the age of 14 to 21, is all about your emotions. When you are pushing yourself, driving yourself to do things, do that, you have problems associated with this. Like I told you, hypertension, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, headaches and migraines, everything happens in your. So your lower three chakras are about your survival in the material. Kundalini, which was your consciousness, goes to the root chakra, rises from the root chakra up to solar plexus and goes down the because we all need to survive. But when this Kundalini crosses from solar plexus to the heart chakra, our spiritual awakening happens. Okay? Now, heart chakra, people say, is about love. Most dominant between the age of 21 to 28, people say is about love. But people you love the most give you maximum pain in life. Okay? Why? Because what you think your love is not actually love. This is your attachments to people and things. And as long as you have attachments to people and things, the only thing you will get in return is pain, anguish, and trauma. When you have pain, anguish, and trauma, your heart chakra gets blocked, the energy of the heart chakra gets blocked. And when the energy of the heart chakra will get blocked, these are the lymph nodes. These are the upper chakra lymph nodes. Okay? These are your axillary nodes. When these lymph nodes get blocked, the circulation in chest and breast area will get affected, and women will have the condition called tenderness in the breast area. Okay? Mastalgia. And if you do not take care of that, it will lead to fibrocystic breast condition. You still don't understand what will happen? Breast cancer. And men don't have a cushion like breast. Their arteries get blocked. They have to go for arterial surgery, heart surgery. So this is what happens to men. So this is what happens when this heart chakra is blocked. There's simple signs your body shows. You go to the bathroom every day, stand in front of the mirror, see. If your lymph nodes are concave, that means you're fine. But if it is convex, swollen, that means you need to work with here. You need to massage these lymph nodes. Otherwise, you are going to have this area. Also, there is a sign if your upper back is tight. If your upper back is tight, your lymph nodes are tight. Okay, so you need work. This is the main thing. Now, come to the throat chakra. Throat chakra is about your communication and self-expression. Okay? And your communication gets you what? Success. If you are able to communicate well, you will be successful in your personal relationship or business relationship. But this throat chakra is the one which gets affected by all the lower chakras. Say your root chakra is the first 7 years, but root chakra is about fight and flight. When you are in a fight and flight mode, how do you communicate? You shout, you don't communicate. So that means your throat chakra is getting affected by the root chakra because you are in a fight and flight. When you are having emotional blockages, that means you are not able to express your emotions. So this chakra is blocked because emotional blockages, but this chakra gets blocked. When this chakra gets blocked, these are your lymph. These are called submandibular nodes. When these lymph nodes get blocked, what will happen? It will also affect your thyroid. So 90% of people, those who have thyroid imbalances, they have sacral chakra. You can take thyroid medication, but it will not treat your thyroid. It will just control the symptoms. To treat the thyroid, you need to balance back your sacral chakra, then throat chakra. That's why I develop 7 chakra oils, which I tell people to use. It will help. So this is important. Another thing which happens when your sacral chakra is blocked, these lymph nodes, these are called auricular nodes. When these auricular nodes get blocked, people get a condition called tinnitus, ringing of the ears. Okay? So if you have emotional blockages, you have. And one more thing, which people don't even realize, when these lymph nodes get blocked, you will have pressure on your lower back. And people suffer from a condition called lower back pain. It cannot be explained from where it is coming. Why? Because your body is like a bag of water. Your body is like a bag of water which put pressure on one side, it goes back. I'll give you an example. I was in Massachusetts a few years back at a healing center. A chiropractor recommended one of his clients to come and see me. This lady was suffering from lower back pain and she was seeing the chiropractor for past 5 years once a week and it was not solving. So a chiropractor told her, go and check emotional blockages. So when she came, I checked her chakra, I applied the chakra, I felt her lymph nodes and I told her, you have lymphatic blockages and emotional blockages. And she said, oh, I cannot have emotional blockages. I said, why? Oh, I have excellent family relationship. I said, okay, let me understand your family. I have one husband and 2 sons. And they are very nice kids, no argument. And me and my husband do not fight. So where's the question of emotional blockages? I said, you are talking of all male members. Male side is your right side, female side is your left side. I am seeing the emotional blockages in your feminine side. And that means you don't have a daughter. She said, yes. You must have a mother, might have sisters. She said, yes. I said, then, oh, I was 13th of the 14 children from a mother who had never had time to take care of me. And my sisters used to bully me. So when I grew back, I walked out of the family and never looked back. I said, there you are. At this level, you have disconnected. Okay? Your issues are in your tissues. That's the simple principle. Your issues are in your tissues. The brain memory is limited. Your body memory holds everything. And this is what is here, because your left side, your lymph nodes on the left side are blocked, and left side is your. So you understand. This is the equation. When your lymph nodes are blocked, you have fibromyalgia, lymphoedema, all these imbalances in the body lead to all these issues. Okay. So this is what happened. Now, one more thing happens. Your throat chakra and third eye chakra. What is your third eye chakra about? Your third eye chakra is about your thoughts. Third eye chakra is our connection to the guiding principle. We get thoughts and ideas. And thoughts and ideas need to be expressed, verbalized. Verbalized is through the throat chakra. Say this and this are not coordinated, what happens? Have you heard people talking, not coming to the point, and you feel like telling them, okay, come to the point. They won't come to the point. They'll keep beating around the bush. Isn't it? So this is what happens when people do not have third eye chakra. How do you fix it? And these people cannot even meditate. You know why? Because they are meditating, not meditating, they are contemplating. Because they keep getting lost in the thoughts. So the best way to meditate is to start by chanting. Chanting is an exercise, like you chant your own name also, or God you pray to, whosoever, just chant their name. And chanting will help sedate the mind. It will control the diversion of the mind, and then the meditation will happen. And if you can focus your breath on something, you can focus on your breath on each chakra, you can focus your breath on anything, it will help. So when this happens, then your crown chakra. Crown chakra is the ultimate journey. The consciousness came to the crown chakra, went all the way down the entire journey of life, what we are doing, trying to raise consciousness. So this is your chakra. And each of our chakra is connected with an endocrine gland. You know endocrine glands? Root chakra is associated with adrenal glands. Adrenals are about our fight and flight. And when people keep pushing themselves over and over, they get adrenal fatigue. That's what causes the leakage of the root chakra. Okay? Your sacral chakra is about our reproductive glands, which are ovaries and testes. And our sacral chakra, due to emotional blockages or other issues, affect these. And the disease, when these lymph nodes are blocked, these sexual organs and sexual function of us is affected. Your solar plexus chakra controls your liver. As I told you, when your liver is heated, all these problems associated with liver, like headaches, migraine, high cholesterol, heated liver, all that is coming. Another gland which is affecting the solar plexus chakra is pancreas. Pancreas causes diabetes. Heart chakra is associated with a gland called thymus. You know what is thymus? Thymus regulates our immune system, our fight and flight. And when thymus is affected, people suffer from cancer. Your throat chakra regulates your thyroid and parathyroid. And when the thyroid is affected, when your throat chakra is affected, thyroid. Your third eye chakra connects with your pituitary, master endocrine, which controls the function of all the cells in our body. And the crown chakra associates with the pineal. Pineal regulates our sleep cycle, but it is also our connection to the higher self. So all the disease are the result of our body system imbalance, which comes to the body through our chakras. Okay? So you need to take care of, your common sense. You want sleeplet from me here for the lymphatic system. I'm here for 3 days only. If anybody set up a session with me, you will come to my booth and contact me. Thank you very much for coming. And I have my chakra books and one book on aromatherapy which talks about lymphatic systems of various parts of the body. If anybody wants to see or see the oils. The usage of the oil also is a key. Like when I have a skincare oil for the face, and I tell people to use the oil for the face, full face, around the eyes, lips, make your fingers flat. Why? One in the front of the ear, one behind the ear. Move your limb. When you do this lymphatic node clearing to your neck, tap it, activate your thyroid. Do from all around your chest and breast, especially the underside of the breast, the underside of the arm, are your major lymph nodes, therefore axillary nodes. This is for your upper body. If you want to help your lower body, groin or your area lymph. I have various oils here, slimming oil and all. Because slimming oil I promote, because when your lymph nodes in the thigh joints are blocked, what happens? Circulation area is affected, everything accumulates. You need to unblock your lymph nodes, massage the belly, push it down. And from underside of the knee, outside, inside, you move through thigh joint so that you clear your cellulite and detoxify.
You start from the bottom up? Or
Yes. You see, upper body you do face, here up to the breast. Lower body, you do everything goes in the thigh joint. These are your drain pipes. Okay. So you activate the lymph nodes here because when they are congested, you put pressure, they will be little tender. So you make the flat of your fingers, massage, activate. Then you massage the belly. More you vigorously you massage and you push it down, you move the limb. With the limb, you also break down the fat tissue. Same way you massage underside of the knee to here, and when you move this up, then you do ankle to the knee. Because your lymph nodes are here. Unless you unblock your lymph nodes here, you cannot move anything here. So first unblock the lymph nodes, then everything move to the lymph nodes. That's how you focus there. Okay? Thank you so much. Namaste. Anybody wants these lymph nodes?
Thank you.
Yes. You can buy the oil.
His sessions are amazing. I needed 2 knee replacements and he fixed me so I didn't. And it was structural, so I was shocked. But he fixed me so I didn't. And that was years ago. Years ago. He comes about 4 times a year, 3 or 4 times a year. But he'll take those oils and balance your chakras, but he goes over every inch of your body with them and unparks everything as he's working on it.
So you've seen him before?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It's amazing.
I've got. He comes to Arizona 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm. 3 or 4 times a year. I've got friends of mine that are doctors in California that I sent to him that love him. That now all the time. He is. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. They do. Yeah, and his is strictly Ayurvedic from India. He does everything.
They were the first.
Yeah.
I think I was too. Oh, yeah. But when I did it, someone pointed out, I still feel you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Because I did a lot of what you're talking about.
it's 5 o'clock. It's right at the tag end of the day. My name is Lee Osborne, and I live in Grass Valley, California. And I promise you, I'm going back home. Going back home. Grass Valley is located in the Central Sierra foothills. It's north and east of Sacramento. So if you are, come on. Well, we're in the gold country. There was serious gold mining during the gold rush. It was part of the world that in the Great Depression in 1929 that had no depression at all. There were over 5 million ounces of gold taken out of the mines in Nevada County from the discovery of gold until they shut the last one down in 1953. That was the Empire. So that's where I'm from. All right. Hey, no worries. We're just getting started. So anyway, that's where I live now. I was born in a small mountain town along Interstate 5. Interstate 5 didn't exist in those days, right smacky dab in the middle of the last century. That sounds old. Yeah. Yeah, born in 1950. Again, in a little town, little lumber town called Mount Shasta, California. Some of you may have heard of it. So that's where I was born, and I grew up in Dunsmuir, about 9 miles south, because my dad worked for the Southern Pacific Railroad, and that's, Dunsmuir was a railroad town in those days. Graduated from high school there, and went to College of the Sisters in Weed, California, and those things where you see somebody standing under a sign on Facebook and it says College Weed. That's a real thing. That sign exists in Weed, California. It does. It does. That's not a made up. That's not a Photoshop. It's there. Okay. And then finished went to Chico State for my last 2 years. I fought forest fires, call them wildland fires now, but way back half a century ago, they were called forest fires. And that's how I paid my way through college, was fighting the fires out of McLeod, which is 9 miles to the east of Mount Shasta, still in Siskiyou County. And so, did that for like 5 seasons. They paid really well when there were fires. But in the wintertime, after I was out of school, well, in the snow and rain, there's not an awful lot of woods burning. So I spent one winter playing pool and drinking beer. Decided that the next winter, and skiing, by the way. It's great skating on Mount Shasta. So I decided I needed to do something in the wintertime, the next winter, and joined the police department, the Dunsmuir Police Department, as an unpaid reserve. And I did that from probably about this time of year or so, I think was when they trained it. And then in the spring of the following year, in 1975, the chief of police offered me a full-time job before the Forest Service was going to bring me back, because it had been a particularly wet winter and spring. And so as a firefighter, I was only useful if there was a fire. So that's fine. It was a full-time job. I did work there for 19 months, and then I went to Truckee, California. Truckee is located right on Interstate 80, about 30 minutes away from Reno, right before the border. So, and I went to work for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. Nevada County in California. I wasn't around when they named the counties. Nobody asked me what the name was. So I worked in Truckee for the chef for a little over 20 years. And it's for you. and you know, I worked detectives, and I was a patrol sergeant. I worked at DEA, drug task force, did all of that sort of stuff. I have investigated everything, literally from barking dog to rape and murder. In 1997, I transferred to the main office in Nevada City, the county seat, and went into administration. I was the admin training and personnel sergeant. Then I made lieutenant, went over to corrections division as the admin lieutenant. And then I got, after 3 years of that, I got a chance to really play cops and robbers again as the admin, or as the patrol lieutenant, which mostly consisted of, you stay right here, LT, we'll handle it. We'll call you if we need you. And then I promoted to captain, which was my last promotion, and I was in charge of the corrections division, the largest and most complex division of the Nevada County Sheriff's Department. And I got my fine captain's ride, cover. It's like, okay, it wasn't marked or anything, had plain plates. And they said, when I got it from the equipment pool, they said, okay, Captain, this switch turns on your emergency lights, because all the cars had to have those. In case I had to respond to an emergency, and that switch turns on your siren, and never touch those switches. So that's, and I can see you're thinking, you were doing that, and now you're doing that. Seems like polar opposites, right? In many ways they are, so how do you get there? I may have mentioned that I was born in Mount Shasta. So I think that those of us who were born there have a real magical connection to the place. And we are going to accept that, or we're not. And the ones that didn't left town boom as soon as they could and never looked back. And I kind of did that a little bit, except I did look back. Because I was always drawn. I loved the stories about the wizards and the warlocks and the wise women, you know, and the fairies and all that sort of stuff. But you know, but here's the thing, is all the stories about the shamans, and all the stories about the crones and all that, they all involved them going through some sort of serious misadventure. Having bad things happen to them, so they had to crawl back out of that. Does that sound like fun? No, that didn't sound like fun to me. But guess what? So in 1960, I was 9 years old. I had a little sister. She lived 3 days. I mean, I never met her, but I think about her all the time. All the time. You know, in 1970, 10 years later, I'm 19 years old. My first girlfriend killed herself.
In 1970, at age 19?
At 19. At age 19. Okay. In 1990, at age 39, my first wife died of colon cancer. And that was universe good. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? And look, yeah, I spent 32 years. 3 months and 15 days if you're keeping score at home. Crushing crime, facing death, keeping the streets safe for women and children, defending the weak, championing the strong, and striking terror in the hearts of evildoers everywhere. It sounds like fun, but it wasn't. And I loved my job, but there were parts of it As I mentioned, you know, I have successfully prosecuted people for big time. I mean, big time. Multiple kilos, multiple pounds.
You mean smuggling dope?
Not smuggling, but manufacture and distribution.
Illegal drugs.
Yes. People for child abuse, people who have committed rapes, people who murders. Okay? And when you see, you know, if you're watching any true crime or you're watching crime things, police procedures, and when somebody goes up and knocks on the door to give the death notice, guess who that was? Okay? Yeah, because we were deputy coroners. And if someone,
notice?
Pardon me?
Should you say death notice?
Death notice. Hi. Your loved one isn't coming home. They have been killed.
Oh,
they have been killed. They have died of a heart attack. They were in a motor vehicle accident somewhere. And it might not have even been local. Somewhere else. Somewhere else. And because we were deputy coroners, we dealt with any death that occurred in the county. And hey, Truckie's right on Interstate 80. And it's right before North Lake Tahoe, and it's right in a 12-month out of the year resort area somewhere. And so people would come up and they'd do stupid stuff and they'd kill themselves. And we deal with it. Okay. So you, right? That was me then. And that leaves stains. And it leaves scars and marks and things that I'm still dealing with today. But in 1989, I was privileged to care for my wife while she was dying of cancer. The singular, most difficult thing I have ever done in my life, ever. And it changed my life. And every day I see more and more of how much of a gift it was to me, because it got me paying attention to the fact that whatever I was doing wasn't working. And I had a very dear friend, actually still do have a very dear friend, who had been working on herself, who had been studying spirituality and how to read auras and how to do all those things for probably 4 or 5 years, and would talk to me about this. I'd be like, yeah, sure, yeah, okay. Well, you can have that woo-woo stuff. I'm right here with the see it, touch it, taste it, measure it, all those sorts of things. Yeah. Okay, really, really. But I began to see, and especially a couple of years after, there's got to be something to this. Universe is knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Here, let me whack you, boom, with a cosmic 2x4 and see if we can jolt you up, you know. And I think we have to do those sorts of things, and why? Because, you know, we know that the phoenix, which is the bird that was burnt to ash, boom, rose from the ash stronger. This tests our metal. I really strongly believe that, you know. I really strongly believe that. And so I was back in Mount Shasta again in '92, visiting family, and here's a flyer. Transform Your Life Weekend Workshop in Mount Shasta. Didn't know what that was going to be all about. No. The woman called me up. What do you think is going to happen? I don't know. What do you want out of this? I don't know. What kind of experience are you looking for? I don't know. I have never done anything before. I am sending you money. I'm going to be there. Scared to almost didn't do it. Almost didn't go. I was going to call, I was going to send a deposit, it was just like, no, just write the check and send all the money, then you're committed. And even with that, I was kind of like, no, I was going to come up with something, you know. I need to rotate the air in the tires. I have to comb the neighbor's cat. I got to sweep the driveway. I was scared to death. Absolutely. But I went and, hey, guess what? So I went back. So that was in like maybe May or June. So then I went back about this time of year again. Now I know what's coming up. Now, what was worse? Stepping off the cliff, hoping that the path would be there, not knowing what was coming, or going back knowing what was coming, and taking my friend, because now what? Now we're really going to peel. Now she's really going to get the peek behind the green curtain, and if I reveal all this stuff, what a horrible human being and horrible person I am, to this best friend of mine, is she still going to be my friend? And the answer to that is yes, we're still friends to this day. Okay, but again, scared to death. Let me ask you a question. Who here would drive 100 miles an hour to a gunfight? I'm your huckleberry. Hey, there's 20 to 30 people fighting on the side street outside of the bar on a Saturday afternoon. And the ambulance is en route. Your backup guy is stuck behind the train that might take 5 minutes to clear. The two smallest and skinniest highway patrol officers on the face of the earth are your other backup, and one's 10 minutes to the east and one's 10 minutes to the west. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Get the car, turn on the lights and siren as fast as I can get there. In which instance am I more likely to die? Yeah, why am I rushing and why am I really wanting to go in a place in which I'm actually really ready to die, really going to die, versus just going up and, hey, let's do some meditation and let's figure out what's going on here. Let's dig up some of this mucky, yucky. But we don't want to do that, really, because you still dealing with that today. So don't think that I've got it all together, because I don't. I'm still a work in progress with all still. But I'm a whole lot further along today than I was then. And so I have things that I can offer today based on these experiences. I managed to survive as a law enforcement officer for 32 years. And not just physically, but also psychically. And I worked my way out of an awful lot of that muck. And I didn't really truly mourn the deaths of my sister and my father and my girlfriend and my wife until I went to that seminar. Because it was an article of faith with me that if I ever started to cry, I would never stop. And I went to that second seminar, and it all broke open, and I cried for 1,000 years. I mean, for 1,000 years. So there, all the way to coming and be, okay, well, I'm done in this. And then this woman, she just reached over and touched my knee, and here it comes again, and here it comes again, and here it comes again, and here it comes again. And you know what? I felt 1,000 times lighter. But I didn't take any flowers and put on my girlfriend's grave until a month or so ago. 54 years. 54 years. And I carried out 54 years. And when I did that, and on the way home, back down I-5, I had a real epiphanies, and one was that I was not responsible for So the point is that this has come up and I'm still healing myself. But in healing myself, I can show you how you can heal yourself. We all know where we want to go. But how do we get there? Anybody remember like an 80s movie called Vacation or something? Vacation, Chevy Chase? All they wanted to do was get to Walt.
Griswolds.
Yeah, Griswolds. Griswolds, yeah. And what happened? So this journey is an awful lot like that. Hey, I want to go from here to San Francisco. City. Look at a map. I can get my device out here to go up Google Maps. See here, I can see there, and I can get it to go out straight. And it'll say, okay, here's where we are. Here's how many miles it is. Except, you know what? That's from the GPS looking down, drawing a straight line. And it isn't a straight line, is it? There's twists and turns. There's construction. There might be snow. There might be rain. There might be who knows what, car crashes, okay? So how do we navigate this? How do we navigate this? And that's what I'm here to help you with. I do angel and oracle card readings. What I do is I use the medium of the card to tap into your guides and your angels to get the message that you need at the time. And so, but a reading is just a snapshot in time. That's what your guides and your angels have to say to you at this particular moment to give you guidance. Hey, what's up with my relationships? Why am I attracting the same person? Oh. What's up with my job? I'm stuck. I can't find a job that is fulfilling me. I'm not being paid what I'm worth. I don't like where I live. I need to be in a different house. I need to have a different car. What's happening with my kids, with my brothers and sisters, with my folks? What's going on with all this sort of stuff? We all need those answers. We are all stuck. What is causing me to be stuck? What am I not looking at? How am I self-sabotaging? I was in a Zoom seminar on Thursday, which one of the questions that I bring up is how you self-sabotage. By not putting yourself out there, by not letting your light shine, by not stepping into your power as the strong, beautiful, powerful people that you are, with that, by not being who you are, period. Time to be good little boys and girls and conform is over. It's over now. We cannot live for another person. And so we talked about all those sorts of stuff. And then on Friday, I went to the airport in Sacramento and I got on the airplane. I flew into Phoenix Sky Harbor and Ubered over here and discovered that, did I mention I'm a card reader? That I had everything I needed. Except I didn't bring my cards. Oh no! Well, hello. And I'm whining about, well, you know, I'm not doing enough. People are doing it, you know. Okay, well, but and my lovely bride says to me, okay, you've got your pop-up, yes, you've got your business cards, yes, you've got extra shirts, you've got your underwear, you've got all of those sorts, just goes down this checklist. Yeah. Yes, I got it. I've got it. Sweetie, I have everything. The only thing that didn't occur to me, and she didn't ask, was do you have your cards? I guarantee you that next week, when I set out to go to Reno, that's going to be number one on her list. Do you have your cards? So are we doing these things? Are we making these mistakes? Are we doing this stuff unconsciously to sabotage ourselves and our growth because we don't want to take that step? Okay? Because we don't want to take that step. But fortunately, the Phoenix and Scottsdale area is full of all these wonderful spiritual bookstores. And so what I did was I just Ubered down to one, and they have quite a variety of cards. Now they didn't have any of the cards that I have. So okay. So now I'm not going to have to do that. So it's forcing me. So I have forced myself to step out of that comfort zone and explore some other decks of cards. Okay. And I found a couple that are like, whoa, these are cool. And I had given a couple of readings. But see, here's the thing. Once we reach a certain level of awareness, and we got some success coming in, and we're feeling pretty good. And who doesn't want to hang out in that bliss? And that's cool. We can do that for a while, but we've got to make the next step. I didn't want to start doing these readings, but I had a guy who was a student assistant when I was in massage school, got me into doing readings in Nevada City because it was only 6 miles from my house. And then other folks started encouraging me to branch out, do more. Oh, hey, you need to give a talk. What have I got to talk about? And who's going to come listen to me? So, what's our next step? Cards will reveal that. Once you've done that and make that step, well, what's the next step? Okay, what's the next step? And that's what I am here to help you with. So it's not just a 15 or 20 minute or a 3-card or a 5-card reading. That's a snapshot in time. It gives you some direction to go. But also you can work with me longer. It's the same with any of the other psychics and readers and folks that are out there. Okay, well, why are there so many? Well, because you may feel drawn to my energy, but somebody else may be drawn to my friend Sharon said, or Jared's or somebody else. We're here to make sure that you get the information. And of course, I think I've got the answer, but other people do too. So I'm here to help you, to guide you, give you some ideas, give you some what's going on with your growth. And see, I'm still working on myself. I'm getting hypnotherapy to help with some blockages and deal with some things with people who crossed over, maybe even deal with.
You through hypnotherapy, or you giving hypnotherapy?
No, I'm going through hypnotherapy.
Right now?
Well, not like this very second, but yes, But yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yes, I am. I'm doing that because I have to continue to work on myself because more blockages are coming up, more stuff's coming up. This is the thing, I asked the first woman I was working with, I said, what, Dura, what? She says, like peeling an onion. And I said, but eventually you'll get to the center of the onion. She just smiled at me so sweetly. So we're all peeling our onion, trying to get to the center. We're all trying to live our best life. And so part of that is realizing that power, stepping into our. Because we are in the midst of cultural and civil rights and racial and sexual revolution right now today that makes the 60s look like a Sunday walking park. And I grew up in the 60s. I went through all of it. With the Vietnam War, yeah, we got war in the Middle East. With the women's rights movement. Oh, yeah, that's back up. That's back up. With civil rights, Oh yeah, that's back up. Dealing with immigration. Oh yeah. Immigration's been a thing since Reagan was president in 1980. Nobody wants to do anything about it, but that's still there. It's still here. It's coming back up. All of these things are building back up right now. That's why there's all this chaos in the world. How do we fix it? We live our best life. We become our authentic self. We do these little things to help people out. Hold the door. If you can give some money away to your favorite charity or somebody in need, you do. Even if it's only $1. It's just $1. They get kind of small these days. But what's the power of it all? What's the power of one thing? You know, it's like a stone thrown into a still pond. It ripples up. There are 36 million people in the state of California. If everybody wanted to put $8 to me, that'd be $36 million richer. I'll take it. If only half of them want to, that's 18 million. Hello. If only a quarter. I think I could struggle on $9 million. So this is the power of those small acts. And these are the things that really change the world, because as within, so without. I remember when I was in massage school. I did go to massage school in 1993 also. I'd come out of a 18 months tour in the second tour in the DEA drug task force around the North Lake Tahoe area, Nevada, state of Nevada and state of California. And I took 6 weeks off and I went to Nevada City and went to massage school. You know, and again, and then I went back as a student assistant to help develop my spiritual abilities. And I learned some really important things. I had been getting routine body work since '92. So, hey, you know, massage school like you know, touching. But the woman that was like, there was my massage therapist. She said, "Let's just go down there for the spiritual growth." Okay. So it's the third day, and we're sitting around with our coffee circle, and yeah, you know, and the teacher goes, "So tomorrow we begin working with oil." Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, well, that means you have to take clothes off, because we don't put oil on over the clothes, right? So I'm looking around. Tough cop, right? One ranger. I'm going, there's 35 people in this class, and 30 of them are women. I'm going to take my clothes off for 30 women. Once again, one of those. But you know, nobody gave a shit. They really didn't. We're all paired up and trying to remember the technique that we had just learned. And if you were the first person on the table, you're just kind of trying to come out of massage. And nobody's paying any attention. While you're changing clothes and doing all this sort of stuff, nobody's paying any attention. And the other thing that I learned is that everybody is beautiful. Everyone in its own way. Everyone. Once again, what did I have to be afraid of? So this is the thing. I pushed myself out of my comfort zone, and I continue to push myself out of my comfort zone. Why? Because this is where the growth happens. It really, truly is. This is where we are going to change our lives or not. Is stepping off, walking on water, not knowing where the rocks are. Stepping off the cliff and knowing that the path will appear. Doing the things that is not expected, that is not maybe an acceptable thing to do or an approved thing to do in your circle. Think everybody in the cop shop was high-fiving me for going to massage class? Yeah, you got no painting of that's hanging on the wall right here. You know? But the thing about it is that the best cops are the ones that are intuitive. Except for men, they a bunch of people, and it's a gut feeling, it's not an intuition. But that's really what it is it's intuition. And by doing this work and working on myself and getting clearer and developing my intuition and learning to trust it. And this is the thing. This is the key. You can develop your intuition, but you got to learn to trust that little voice. It made me more effective. Made me more effective as a peace officer, more effective as a leader, as a manager, and as an administrator. Yeah, because I could read people better. I could meet them where they were. In fact, I had been reached for 4 or 5 years. Wife and I are at the hardware store. Here comes a guy that was still working, but he used to work for me. And he says, "Hey, Captain." I said, "I'm not a captain anymore. I'm retired." He says, "Hey, Captain, I think you're an unmitigated son of a bitch." And my wife starts to back off because she thinks, "Oh, here it comes." And he says, "But I have a lot of respect for you because you would listen to us." The answer might still be no, but you would listen to us. You would listen to everything we had to say. Pay attention to it. I'll take it. I mean, I'll take it. So in these little small acts is when we have impact on people's lives. You know, in massage school, we were shown a video of Mother Teresa. She won the Nobel Peace Prize. 60 minutes, Mother Teresa, you've done all this wonderful stuff and made the world better. And she just says, "No." Well, you know, you picked up 10,000 beggars. How did you do it? He says, "No. That's an impossible task. That's an impossible task. No one can pick up 10,000 beggars."
10,000 what?
10,000 beggars off the streets of Calcutta, India. No one can do that. But you did it. Yeah, but I just did not. See? Just did not. And one. So these little things, these little changes we make in our lives, these little kindnesses we do to people, when we see the divine spark in everyone, in the people that are homeless and the folks that are dealing with mental health issues and the folks that are dealing with addiction issues, when we see the divine spark in them, then we can begin to help them. Now, does that mean that we are tolerant of their behaviors? No. But we can see the divine spark and see that they are just as worthy as the rest of us are. And we put our efforts out into it. Are we going to be 100% successful 100% of the time? No, we are not. But we try and help folks the best that we can, and do the best that we can to be good human beings. You know, treating wait staff, being patient. Okay, almost time to start wrapping up here. Okay, because here's the funny thing. Oh, universe, oh, give me patience. Well, I'm sorry, but you know, your guardian angel, the good fairy, isn't going to come down with praying, now you've got patience. No, what they're going to do is offer you opportunities to practice patience. So we got to break out. We got to get our inner wild woman and our inner wild man up and running here. For you women, you get, there's gonna be a full moon here, I think, so.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Good, I got it right. Yay. Full moon ceremony is vital. Vital. Tap you in from spirit to grandmother moon to Mother Earth. And remember, folks, the earth is your mother. She will always catch you when you fall. Into that beyond ancient earth mother wisdom and medicine and healing. And for us guys, hey, you know, the moon controls water, and we're 95%, 97% water. So the ceremony around that is good for us too, or just be holding space for the women in our lives while they do these things. And what does that ceremony? What does that ceremony look like? Well, it can just be sitting quietly and meditating and absorbing that. Or it can be getting together with a group of women, getting a bonfire dancing, naked, beating on drums, howling at the moon, drinking from the skulls of your enemies. Or something in between there. Something in between there. But these ceremonies are vital. Our meditation or prayer, however you call it, is vital. It's what puts us in touch with our team of guardian angels and our team and our spirit. And this little voice will never lead you. The ego mind lead you into all sorts of stuff. So, you want to develop that. Look for the angel numbers. Come get readings. Angel numbers 333-666-1111-4444. Yeah. How do I know what that means? You have possession of a device with more computing power than sent the first people to the moon. Google is your friend on that. That's how I do it. So, okay. That's me. That's how I got to where I am. And that's how I got to where I'm here in Scottsdale. Talk to you lovely people. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for you folks coming to listen to me chip my teeth. I really, really, really am. Thanks go out to Tangela for putting on the show and providing me the space to do this and this wonderful resort here in Scottsdale. That you know, so can't even remember where I'm staying. Late today. Not as young as I was when I got up this morning and tell them. For them hosting us. Okay. All right, so everybody, stomp your feet, stomp, 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 clap, 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 say yeah. Stomp, 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 clap, 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 say yeah. All right, one more time, stomp, stomp, clap, 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 say yeah. All right, so, woo, yeah. All that heaviness is gone. So I have a booth here. I'll be here tomorrow. They're going to run us out of here in about 10 minutes or so. I have some packages of things where you can work with me over 6 months, over 12 months, longer. I do most of my work over Zoom calls. And
do you do healing work?
Well, here's the thing, is that through the card readings and giving you the information, if you take the actions, then you will heal. You know, I have done hands-on healing. I've done that kind of work before.
Can you tell me about that Reiki?
I took a first level Reiki initiation and discovered that really wasn't for me. I mean, it just really wasn't.
Never take the second or the third.
No, not my calling. You know, not my calling. Yeah. But I facilitate. I give you the information to facilitate so that you may heal yourself. Because all healing, really, truly, folks, does come. So that's all.
Right. Yes.
You
know, if you ask for your hypnotherapy sessions, a good affirmation would be, Christ in me is in control. Christ in me heals me. Christ in me sets me free. Christ in me sets me free of whatever. You could try to put yourself in a deep state of relaxation, do that to enhance your sessions.
Okay. Okay. That's a good affirmation. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. And one thing, I will share this for you. I will share this with you before we go. It's from this new called the Wild Things Oracle, and it's a poem that's written by the author here, Angie Sullins, called Hustle. I have heard her calling me late at night between the wind and the wings. My soul is a song she sings along green unfurling leaves and loam. Her branches speak by truths alone. Tell the wild. Thank you, ladies. See you back tomorrow.
Thank you. Let's see, what's your name again?
Lee.
Lee. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.